Returnal. Returnal is a game that flew under the radar for some, but is definitely worth checking out if you're into intense, challenging experiences. Developed by Housemarque, this third-person roguelike shooter places you in the role of Celine, an astronaut trapped on an alien planet who keeps reliving the same day. The standout feature of Returnal is its gameplay. It combines fast-paced shooting with roguelike mechanics, meaning every time you die, you start over from scratch, but with some new upgrades. This cycle of death and rebirth keeps the game feeling fresh, though it can be repetitive if you're not into grinding through tough sections. The controls are tight and the combat is exhilarating with a range of weapons and abilities to keep things interesting. Visually, the game is a treat. The alien landscapes are beautifully rendered with eerie, atmospheric effects that enhance the sense of isolation. Each area feels unique and dangerous, adding to the overall immersion. However, Returnal does have its downsides. The difficulty can be quite steep, which might be a turnoff if you're not a fan of challenging games. The story, while intriguing, can be a bit hard to follow at times, and some players might find it lacking in depth. The roguelike elements might also feel frustrating to those who prefer a more straightforward linear progression. Overall, Returnal is a solid choice if you're looking for a game that blends challenging gameplay with a compelling atmosphere. It's not for everyone, but if you enjoy sci-fi and don't mind a steep learning curve, it's definitely worth a look. Road 96. Road 96 is an indie gem that you might have missed, but is definitely worth a look if you're into narrative-driven experiences with a touch of randomness. Developed by DigixArt, this game is a procedurally generated road trip adventure where you play as a teenager trying to escape a dystopian country. What sets Road 96 apart is its storytelling. The game features a unique structure where each playthrough is different thanks to its procedural generation. You'll encounter a variety of characters and situations as you make your way to the border, and each decision you make can impact the outcome of your journey. The narrative is rich with social commentary and emotional depth, making each encounter feel meaningful. Visually, the game has a distinctive style that blends retro and modern elements. The art direction is colorful and expressive, which helps to bring the different characters and environments to life. It's a refreshing change from more realistic visuals and adds a layer of charm to the game. However, Road 96 isn't without its flaws. The procedural generation can lead to some repetition, especially if you're not a fan of the randomness affecting the story. Certain segments can feel like they drag on, and the game's episodic nature might make it feel disjointed at times. Also, while the game's dialogue and choices are intriguing, some players might find that their impact on the overall story isn't as significant as they'd hoped. Overall, Road 96 offers a unique experience with its blend of procedural storytelling and social commentary. It might not be perfect, but it's a worthwhile adventure for those who enjoy narrative-driven games with a bit of randomness thrown in.
Rasputin?
I'm on him.
Psychonauts 2. Psychonauts 2 is a fantastic sequel that picks up right where the original left off, and if you're a fan of quirky, imaginative platformers, this is one you shouldn't miss. Developed by Double Fine, the game brings back Rasputin Raz, Quado, as he continues his journey with the titular psychic espionage organization. The standout feature of Psychonauts 2 is its creativity. The game takes you through a variety of mind-bending worlds, each with its own unique theme and gameplay mechanics. The level design is absolutely top-notch, full of colorful and surreal environments that are a joy to explore. The platforming is smooth and fun, with a variety of psychic powers at your disposal that make each level feel fresh and engaging. The story in Psychonauts 2 is another strong point. It continues the narrative from the first game and dives deeper into Raz's backstory and the mysteries surrounding the Psychonauts. The writing is sharp, with a lot of humor and heart. The characters are well developed and charming, and the voice acting is excellent, bringing the world and its inhabitants to life. Overall, Psychonauts 2 is a fantastic follow-up that captures the charm and creativity of the original while expanding on its world and characters. It's a must-play for fans of the first game and anyone who enjoys inventive platformers with a strong narrative. Prey Prey 2017 is a game that often flies under the radar, but it's definitely worth checking out if you're a fan of sci-fi thrillers and immersive simulations. Developed by Arcane Studios, this first-person action-adventure game sets you on a space station overrun by hostile aliens, and it's up to you to unravel the mystery and survive. One of Prey's strongest points is its atmosphere. The game is set on the Talos space station, and it nails that sense of isolation and dread. The environment is meticulously designed with a lot of attention to detail that makes exploring the station both engaging and eerie. The combination of low gravity, dark corners, and the constant threat of alien attacks creates a tense and immersive experience. The gameplay in Prey is a mix of exploration, combat, and survival. You have a range of tools and abilities at your disposal, from weapons to psychic powers, and the game encourages you to experiment with different strategies. The ability to use alien abilities and the open-ended nature of the game's approach to problems are big highlights, allowing for a lot of creative freedom in how you tackle challenges. Overall, Prey is a solid game that offers a unique and atmospheric experience. It might not be perfect, but its blend of exploration, survival, and sci-fi elements makes it a standout title for those who enjoy a deep, immersive game world. The Sinking City. The Sinking City, okay, let's dive into this one. If you've ever dreamed of a detective noir set in a Lovecraftian world that's sinking into chaos, The Sinking City might be your jam. Developed by Frogwares, known for their Sherlock Holmes games, this title lets you step into the shoes of Charles Reed, a private eye grappling with some seriously unsettling cosmic horrors. Here's the thing about The Sinking City, it's got this eerie, murky vibe that just oozes atmosphere. You're wandering through a city drowning under the weight of both water and madness, trying to solve a mystery that's as tangled as the city's flooded streets. The game's setting is drenched in a kind of grimy charm that really pulls you into its dark, twisted narrative. The detective work here is pretty unique. Instead of a straightforward case with neatly tied up ends, you're piecing together clues from a bunch of unreliable sources. The game's mechanics give you a lot of freedom to investigate, and it's up to you to connect the dots. Sometimes it feels like you're in a fever dream, especially with the weird otherworldly elements creeping in. The combat and exploration are a bit of a mixed bag. The combat can feel a bit clunky and repetitive, and the open world exploration, while atmospheric, sometimes leads to aimless wandering. But despite these flaws, there's something really compelling about how The Sinking City makes you feel like you're constantly teetering on the edge of sanity. The game's story is where it really shines. It's dark and complex, with twists that keep you guessing and a narrative that explores some seriously deep themes. You're not just solving a mystery, you're uncovering a nightmarish reality that challenges your perception of sanity and reality.
Save them from despair. After those dives, anyone would turn to drink.
So, if you're into detective games with a heavy dose of Lovecraftian horror, and you don't mind a bit of a rough around the edges experience, The Sinking City is definitely worth a look. It's got its issues, sure, but it's also got a unique vibe and a gripping story that make it stand out from the crowd.
Mare with you. Die!
Lost in Random. Alright, let's dive into this quirky gem developed by Zoink Games. Lost in Random is like stepping into a dark fairy tale that's been shaken up with a bit of randomness and whimsy. It's a game that feels like a hidden treasure in the AA category, and it's definitely worth a closer look. Set in a world where fate is determined by the roll of a die, this game's charm is off the charts. The story follows a young girl named Even who sets out on a quest to rescue her sister, Odd, who's been taken to the sinister land of Random. The whole universe is built around this dice mechanic, which is not only a cool concept but also a pretty unique gameplay element.
It had been settled.
At least, she'll be a sixer.
One of the standout features here is the art style. It's got this beautifully twisted Tim Burton-esque vibe with its creepy cute character designs and fantastical environments. Every corner of the world feels like it's been plucked from a storybook, but with a slightly off-kilter twist that gives it an edge. The gameplay mixes action and strategy in a really interesting way. Combat involves using cards that you draw during fights, which you then use to summon abilities or weapons. It's a blend of real-time action and tactical planning that keeps things engaging. It's not always the most polished experience, but the unique approach keeps you coming back for more.
No. You don't get to come here. This is Marmoser's spot. You get your own.
The narrative is where Lost in Random really shines. It's a bit whimsical, a bit dark, and it's full of quirky characters that you'll either love or find utterly bizarre. The storytelling is clever, and it's clear that a lot of thought went into creating a world that feels alive and immersive. If you're into games that are a little off the beaten path, with a storybook feel and a dash of dark humor, Lost in Random is definitely worth your time. It's one of those games that doesn't get as much attention as it deserves, but if you give it a shot, you might find it's a hidden gem with a lot of Chorus.
Careful, automated security.
Chorus now, here's a game that might have slipped under your radar, but trust me, it's worth giving a second glance. Developed by Fish Labs, Chorus is a space shooter that mixes a gripping story with some seriously cool combat mechanics. The game puts you in the cockpit of a sleek starfighter piloted by a character named Nara. She's got some pretty intense backstory, being a former ace pilot for the bad guys who's now on a redemption quest. Her ship, the Forsaken, is not just any starfighter, it's got some fancy tricks up its sleeve, including the ability to warp and maneuver in ways that make dogfighting in space feel genuinely exhilarating. One of the first things that'll grab you about Chorus is its visuals. The space battles are a feast for the eyes with stunning nebulae, detailed spacecraft, and some really impressive explosions. It's like a high-octane space opera where you're the star. The environments are lush and varied, ranging from dark, gritty space stations to brightly colored cosmic vistas. The combat is where Chorus really shines. It's fast-paced and fluid, with a variety of weapons and abilities at your disposal. The game doesn't just let you blast away mindlessly, it encourages you to think on your feet with its emphasis on agility and tactical use of your ship's abilities. You've got your standard laser cannons and missiles, but you also get access to some neat tricks like teleportation and gravity manipulation, which can turn the tide of battle in unexpected ways. The story is pretty engaging too. It's not the most groundbreaking narrative ever, but it's well written and keeps you invested in Nara's journey. There are some deep personal stakes and a good amount of lore that adds weight to the universe. Chorus might not have the massive budget of some AAA games, but it delivers a space combat experience that's both fresh and exciting. If you're into high-speed dogfighting and exploring the cosmos, this game deserves a spot on your radar. It's one of those overlooked gems that offer a lot more than you might expect. Banishers: Ghosts of New Eden. Alright, let's talk about this hidden gem from Dontnod Entertainment, the folks behind Life is Strange and Remember Me. Banishers: Ghosts of New Eden is like a fresh breeze in the realm of action RPGs, mixing a haunting narrative with some really engaging gameplay. Set in a world where ghosts and the living coexist in an uneasy truce, the game puts you in the shoes of a pair of ghost hunters, Auntie and Red. These two are not your average Ghostbusters, they're dealing with spirits in a setting that's got a bit of an old world charm mixed with a touch of fantasy.
The shock at Reverend Davenport's killing is so great that we must sit here in comfort, losing.
The story is one of the highlights here. It's dark and atmospheric with a narrative that explores themes of loss, redemption, and the ties that bind the living and the dead. The relationship between Auntie and Red is central to the plot, and their interactions are both heartfelt and intense. The game's lore is rich, with a deep backstory that unfolds as you progress, making the world feel immersive and alive.
Ask around.
See what people will tell you.
Gameplay-wise, Banishers offers a nice blend of action and strategy. You'll be battling ghosts using a combination of weapons and supernatural abilities. The combat system is intuitive, allowing you to switch between physical and spectral attacks, and there's a decent variety of ghosts with different abilities to keep you on your toes. It's not just about smashing through enemies, you've got to use tactics and timing to get the upper hand. The game setting is visually striking with a blend of eerie and beautiful environments. From haunted forests to ancient ruins, the locations are well crafted and full of atmosphere. The soundtrack complements the mood perfectly, adding an extra layer of immersion. One thing that might surprise you about Banishers is its attention to detail and storytelling and world building. It's a game that doesn't just throw you into action but builds up its world and characters in a way that makes you care about what happens. Overall, Banishers Ghosts of New Eden is a solid pick for anyone who enjoys a good ghost story with a bit of action and exploration mixed in. It's definitely one of those titles that might not get as much spotlight as it deserves, but it's a worthwhile experience if you're into dark atmospheric RPGs. Evil West. Evil West, alright, let's dive into this one. Developed by Flying Wild Hog, who you might know from the Shadow Warrior series, Evil West is basically a love letter to over-the-top action games with a Wild West twist. First off, let's address the title. Yeah, Evil West might sound like a placeholder, but trust me, the game itself is anything but generic. You're thrown into a world where the Wild West is crawling with all sorts of supernatural nastiness. I think vampires, demons, and all kinds of creepy creatures, basically the usual cowboy drama, but with a lot more blood and firepower. The game kicks off with a bang, throwing you into combat almost immediately. The action is pretty intense from the start, with a variety of weapons and gadgets at your disposal. You've got your classic guns, but also some cool supernatural abilities that let you blast through enemies in style. The combat takes a bit to get used to, but once you've unlocked more abilities and weapons, it becomes a real adrenaline rush. The story, while not groundbreaking, is entertaining enough. You're a cowboy fighting off the forces of darkness to protect the frontier, and there's just enough plot to keep things interesting without getting in the way of the action. The narrative serves as a backdrop for the real star of the show, the gameplay. Speaking of gameplay, Evil West has this satisfying, chaotic feel to it. It's like if you mixed God of War with Doom Eternal, lots of fast-paced action with some heavy metal vibes and epic boss fights. The enemy variety keeps things fresh, and the boss battles are a blast, each one requiring a different strategy and approach. Graphically, the game has this gritty, stylized look that fits the Western theme but with a dark, almost comic book-like edge. The environments can be a bit repetitive at times, but they're generally well designed and fit the overall tone of the game. One thing to note is that the game starts off a bit slow, introducing new mechanics and enemies gradually. But stick with it and it pays off. The campaign isn't the longest, but it's packed with action and fun, and you'll definitely get your money's worth. If you're into action games with a twist, Evil West is worth checking out. It's not going to reinvent the wheel, but it delivers solid, fun gameplay with a unique setting that makes it stand out from the crowd. Greedfall.
I've been told the trip lasts months.
And they say the place is full of gigantic creatures, as big as buildings.
This one is a bit of a hidden gem from Spiders, a studio known for crafting some intriguing RPGs. If you've been craving a game that blends rich fantasy with complex, branching narratives, then this might be right up your alley. So, what's Greedfall all about? Picture a world where 17th century European aesthetics meet magical, otherworldly elements. You're dropped into a lush, mysterious island filled with secrets, political intrigue, and a whole lot of conflict. You play as a character who's kind of an emissary sent to this island to sort out a bunch of issues, but it's not just about diplomacy. There's a lot of magic, monsters, and moral dilemmas along the way.
And I'm the one they sent to settle the affair. Sorry, Captain, it's nothing personal. I'm only following orders.
The character customization is pretty cool. You can tweak your protagonist's appearance, skills, and even their abilities, which really lets you tailor the experience to your playstyle. The combat system is an interesting mix of real-time and tactical. You can engage enemies head-on or use a more strategic approach, depending on how you build your character. One of the standout features is the storytelling. The game's narrative is rich and branching, with your choices making a real impact on how the story unfolds. There are multiple factions on the island, each with their own agendas and conflicts. You get to interact with these factions, and your decisions can shift alliances and change the course of events. It's not just about picking the right dialogue option, it's about making decisions that genuinely affect the world around you.
As I'm in perfect health, you won't be able to verify the improvement in my condition.
The visuals might not be cutting edge, but the art direction does a good job of creating a unique, immersive world. The island feels alive with its diverse environments, from lush forests to grimy cities. The voice acting and character animations add depth to the storytelling, making the characters feel more relatable and the dialogue more engaging. Combat might not be the most polished part of the game, but it's functional and offers a good amount of variety. The real draw here is the narrative and world building. It's a game that rewards exploration and immersion, and if you enjoy getting lost in a well-crafted fantasy world, Greedfall is definitely worth a shot.
I'm listening.
It is said our people lived peacefully until the men appeared from the sea, intent.
Overall, Greedfall is a fantastic example of a game that might not have made the biggest splash but deserves more attention for its strong narrative, rich world building, and intriguing gameplay. If you're a fan of RPGs and enjoy making impactful choices, this one's definitely worth checking out. Kena: Bridge of Spirits. Oh man, Kena: Bridge of Spirits is like a little dose of magic wrapped in a beautifully animated package. Developed by Ember Lab, this game is a real treat if you're into enchanting visuals and heartfelt stories. So what's the scoop? You step into the shoes of Kena, a young spirit guide on a quest to help restless spirits find peace and move on to the afterlife. The world is vibrant and brimming with charm, almost like a Pixar movie, but with a touch more mysticism. You've got these adorable, mischievous creatures called Rot that help you out along the way. They're like little fluffy sidekicks who can manipulate the environment, solve puzzles, and even aid in combat. The game's visuals are a standout. Everything looks like it's been plucked from a storybook. Lush forests, ancient ruins, and magical landscapes. It's a real feast for the eyes. The art style combines cute, cartoony elements with some more realistic textures, and it all comes together to create a world that's both whimsical and immersive. Gameplay-wise, Kena is a mix of exploration, puzzle solving, and combat. You'll be traversing through these stunning environments, solving environmental puzzles that often involve using your Rot companions in creative ways. Combat is pretty satisfying too, with a variety of abilities and upgrades to unlock as you progress. It's not overly complex, but it's engaging and fits well with the game's overall tone. One of the game's biggest strengths is its emotional pull. The story is genuinely touching, focusing on themes of loss, acceptance, and the connection between the living and the spiritual world. It's not just a surface-level narrative, there's a lot of depth to the characters and the lore you uncover as you go. However, it's worth noting that while the game's charm is undeniable, it can sometimes feel a bit repetitive, especially in the combat and puzzle sections. But if you're willing to look past that, the overall experience is quite rewarding. Kena Bridge of Spirits might not be the most groundbreaking game out there, but it's a beautifully crafted journey that's perfect for those who appreciate a good story and a visually stunning world. If you're looking for something that combines heartwarming storytelling with a magical setting, give this one a try. Plague Tale: Innocence. Alright, so A Plague Tale: Innocence is one of those hidden gems that really deserves more spotlight. Developed by Asobo Studio, this game is a historical stealth action experience that's both gripping and emotional. Set in 1348 France, during the Black Death, you play as Amicia de Rune, a young noblewoman who, alongside her little brother Hugo, is trying to survive amidst a plague-ridden world. The game takes a dark and atmospheric approach, with the ever-present threat of disease and conflict creating a palpable sense of dread and urgency. Let's talk visuals and atmosphere first. The game nails the grim, medieval vibe with its detailed environments and eerie, foggy settings. It's not just about the visuals though, the sound design does a great job of pulling you into the game's world, with the distant cries of the plague, the rustling of the rats, and the haunting score creating an immersive experience.
Stop.
The core gameplay revolves around stealth and puzzle solving rather than full-on combat. You're mostly sneaking around, using the environment to your advantage, and sometimes using a slingshot to distract enemies or solve puzzles. It's a bit of a departure from traditional action games, but it works really well here. The constant threat of the plague and hostile soldiers keeps you on edge, making every encounter feel tense and meaningful. One of the standout features is the relationship between Amicia and Hugo. Their dynamic is central to the story and adds a lot of emotional weight to the game. Hugo is a sickly child who has some mysterious abilities related to the plague, and their bond is both heartwarming and heart-wrenching. The stories focus on their relationship, and their struggle to survive amidst the chaos makes for a powerful narrative experience. However, the game isn't without its flaws. Some of the stealth mechanics can feel a bit clunky at times, and there are moments when the pacing slows down due to a bit of repetitive gameplay, but these issues don't overshadow the overall experience, which is compelling and unique. In summary, A Plague Tale: Innocence is a beautifully crafted game that combines a gripping narrative with atmospheric stealth gameplay. It might not have the flashiest graphics or the most complex mechanics, but it excels in creating a memorable and emotionally charged experience. If you're into story-driven games with a historical twist and don't mind a bit of stealth, this one's definitely worth checking out. Remnant 2.
Speaking of which, Bo mentioned you might need some help getting your feet back under you. We all help each other out here.
Remnant 2 is one of those games that quietly sneaks up on you, kind of like a surprise party for your gaming taste buds. Developed by Gunfire Games, it's a sequel to Remnant from the Ashes, and it's definitely not your typical shooter. The game is set in a post-apocalyptic world, with a mix of fantasy and sci-fi elements that create a pretty unique setting. You've got your typical end-of-the-world stuff, but there's also a lot of weird, otherworldly creatures and environments that keep things interesting.
Look, pisses me off when people come by and interrupt my me time, so I'll make you a deal. You find anything interesting out there, bring it back to me.
One of the coolest things about Remnant 2 is its blend of third-person shooting with some RPG elements. It's not just about blasting your way through hordes of enemies, although there's plenty of that. There's also a pretty solid amount of exploration, character customization, and crafting. You can really get into the nitty-gritty of building your character how you want, which adds a lot of depth to the gameplay. The combat is definitely a highlight. It's fast-paced and satisfying with a variety of weapons and abilities that let you mix up your approach. Whether you're into getting up close and personal with melee attacks or prefer picking off enemies from a distance, there's a lot of fun to be had. Plus, the enemies themselves are pretty varied and interesting, so you're not just fighting the same old things over and over. The game also has a decent amount of replayability with its procedurally generated worlds. Every playthrough can offer something a little different. You never quite know what to expect, which keeps the experience fresh.
At least that's over.
That said, it's not without its quirks. Some players might find the controls a bit clunky or the camera angles a little frustrating at times. And if you're not a fan of the darker, more intense environments, the game's atmosphere might feel a bit overwhelming. Overall, Remnant 2 is a solid follow-up that builds on its predecessor's strengths while introducing new elements to keep things interesting. If you're into action-packed shooters with a bit of RPG flavor and don't mind a world that's a bit grim and gritty, it's definitely worth a shot. Darksiders II. Look, Darksiders 2 is one of those games that really deserves more love than it seems to get. Developed by Vigil Games, it's a follow-up to the original Darksiders, and it's got a lot going for it if you're into action RPGs with a bit of a dark fantasy twist. In Darksiders 2, you step into the shoes of Death, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. If you liked War from the first game, you're in for a treat, because Death is a whole different beast. The game is set in a sprawling, fantastical world filled with dungeons, ancient ruins, and a fair amount of undead foes. The combat in this game is a real highlight. It's fast and fluid, letting you chain together combos and unleash powerful attacks. Death's arsenal includes scythes, swords, and a bunch of other weapons, each with its own feel and style. Plus, there's a lot of customization involved, so you can tweak your gear and skills to match your playstyle. One thing that sets Darksiders 2 apart is its emphasis on exploration and puzzles. The game has a ton of different environments to explore, each filled with secrets, collectibles, and puzzles that can sometimes be a bit tricky. If you enjoy figuring out how to get past obstacles and discovering hidden areas, you'll find plenty to keep you occupied here. The story is pretty interesting too. It expands on the lore of the Darksiders universe and gives you a deeper look into the world and its characters. Death's quest is driven by a sense of duty and redemption, and it's cool to see how his story unfolds alongside the events of the first game. However, the game isn't without its flaws. Some players might find the side quests a bit repetitive or feel that certain areas drag on a bit too long. The graphics and animations can also feel a bit dated compared to more recent titles, but they still do a decent job of immersing you in the world. Overall, Darksiders 2 is a fantastic action RPG that offers a great mix of combat, exploration, and story. If you missed out on it the first time around, it's definitely worth checking out, especially if you're a fan of games with a dark, mythical vibe and a good chunk of adventure. Firewatch.
So what's wrong with you?
Excuse me?
People take this job to get away from something. So what's wrong?
Alright, let's chat about Firewatch, a game that's more than just a title on your shelf. It's an experience you have to feel to truly appreciate. Firewatch isn't your typical first-person adventure. It's a deeply personal journey wrapped in a narrative so compelling, it's hard to shake it off long after you've put the controller down. Set in the stunningly rendered Wyoming wilderness, Firewatch places you in the boots of Henry, a fire lookout who is trying to escape his past by taking a job in the middle of nowhere. The game's hook is its beautifully sparse environment, designed to make you feel the isolation and tranquility of nature. But don't let the serene visuals fool you, there's a lot more bubbling beneath the surface. The real star of Firewatch is the dialogue between Henry and his supervisor, Delilah. Over the radio, their conversations range from light banter to deep, revealing moments. This dynamic dialogue drives the narrative, making it feel like you're living through an authentic relationship that evolves with each passing day. The writing is so sharp and emotionally honest that it's easy to forget you're interacting with a game and not a real person.
I know I can get a little pushy, putting you on the spot about why you're out here and stuff.
It's fine.
What makes Firewatch stand out as a masterpiece is its ability to craft a story that's both intimate and expansive. The game delves into themes of loneliness, regret, and personal growth with a subtlety that's refreshing. It's not just about solving a mystery or navigating a beautiful landscape, it's about understanding the characters and their struggles, and that's what makes it hit so hard. The art style deserves a shout out too. Its hand-painted look not only complements the story but also enhances the emotional depth. It's like walking through a living painting, where every brushstroke contributes to the atmosphere of solitude and introspection. Sure, Firewatch might not have the sprawling gameplay of some epic RPGs, but its narrative focus and emotional resonance make it an essential experience. It's a game that teaches us that sometimes the most profound journeys are those that happen within ourselves. If you haven't played Firewatch yet, you owe it to yourself to experience this uniquely moving story. It's a masterpiece that stands out in a crowded field, proving that sometimes less really is more. What remains of Edith Finch?
Makes sense to you, and I'm sorry about that. I'm just gonna start at the beginning, with the house.
Next up, we've got What Remains of Edith Finch, a game that's like a hauntingly beautiful novel brought to life. This one's a real emotional roller coaster and a masterpiece that you simply can't miss. In What Remains of Edith Finch, you step into the shoes of Edith Finch, the last surviving member of the Finch family, who returns to her family's old home to uncover the mysteries behind their tragic deaths. The game isn't just about finding out what happened, it's about experiencing each family member's life through a series of unique, often surreal vignettes. The house itself is a character in this story, a sprawling, ramshackle structure with hidden rooms and secret passageways that reflect the Finch family's tragic and eccentric history. As Edith, you'll explore these rooms and relive the lives of your relatives, each story unfolding in a different gameplay style. One moment you're navigating a comic book, the next you're living out a first-person shooter sequence, or even controlling a character as they float through the sky. Each story is a masterclass in creative storytelling, turning simple interactions into poignant, emotional experiences.
I don't want to make the same mistakes she made.
What really makes What Remains of Edith Finch shine is its ability to blend gameplay with narrative in a way that feels deeply personal. The stories are often short but packed with emotion, leaving you with a lingering sense of sadness and reflection. It's not just about the plot twist or the reveal, it's about the way the game makes you feel and think about the fragility of life and the impact of family legacies.
Whatever Milton had found in the house, Mom didn't want it getting out.
The art and design of the game are also top-notch. The house, with its quirky rooms and cluttered aesthetics, perfectly captures the sense of history and mystery. Each story's unique visual style adds to the overall immersion, making every moment feel fresh and evocative.
This will be obvious later, but my mom never told me any of these stories.
What Remains of Edith Finch is a game that doesn't just tell a story, it makes you live it. It's a testament to the power of narrative in games, showing that sometimes the most profound experiences come from the most intimate and personal stories. If you haven't played this gem yet, you're missing out on one of the most moving and artistically innovative games of recent years. It's a masterpiece that deserves a spot on every must-play list. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Alright, let's dive into The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. A game that's not just a masterpiece, it's a full-blown epic that sets the bar for open-world RPGs. If you haven't played this one yet, you're missing out on one of the most immersive and expansive experiences in modern gaming.
Done it! An iron fist he's got!
The Witcher 3 throws you into the boots of Geralt of Rivia, a monster hunter with a knack for getting tangled in political intrigue and personal drama. The game's world is a sprawling, beautifully crafted landscape filled with rich lore, unforgettable characters, and stories that draw you in and never let go. From the moment you step into Geralt's shoes, you're treated to a narrative that's as deep and complex as the world it's set in. What's truly remarkable about The Witcher 3 is its world building. This isn't just a game with a big map, it's a living, breathing world that feels like it has existed long before you arrived and will continue to thrive after you leave. Every corner of this world is packed with stories, from the bustling cities and treacherous swamps to the hidden caves and ancient ruins. It's a place where every quest, no matter how small, feels significant and interconnected with the larger narrative. The main storyline of The Witcher 3 is a gripping tale of love, loss, and destiny as Geralt searches for his adopted daughter, Ciri, who's being hunted by a powerful and mysterious force known as the Wild Hunt. But what really sets this game apart is the way it lets you shape the story with your choices. The game's decisions are never black and white, they're morally complex, and often leave you pondering the consequences long after you've made them.
Did he know they eat the living as well?
No. Really upsetting too.
The characters you meet along the way are as rich and varied as the world itself. Whether it's the morally ambiguous sorceress Yennefer, the tough-as-nails warrior Ciri, or the charming bard Dandelion, each character feels like a living part of this world with their own stories and motivations. And let's not forget the game's attention to detail. The visuals are stunning, with a level of craftsmanship that makes every setting from the rolling fields of Velen to the icy peaks of Skellige feel real and alive. The soundtrack complements the game perfectly, with haunting melodies and epic themes that enhance the emotional weight of the story.
Just wanted to rest my eyes a bit.
Making her slog through that brick. No wonder she took
The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt is a game that delivers on every front. It's a masterclass in storytelling, world building, and player choice. It's a game that doesn't just let you live another life, it lets you immerse yourself in a world that's as deep and complex as you want it to be. If you haven't experienced this masterpiece yet, make sure you do. It's an adventure you won't soon forget. Red Dead Redemption 2. Next up on our list is Red Dead Redemption 2, a game that's not just an open world masterpiece, but a genuine work of art. If you haven't played it yet, you're in for one of the most immersive and emotionally powerful experiences in gaming. Red Dead Redemption 2 is set in the waning days of the Wild West, and it does an extraordinary job of capturing the gritty, raw essence of that era. You step into the boots of Arthur Morgan, an outlaw struggling to survive as the world around him changes rapidly. It's a game that's as much about the end of an era as it is about the personal journey of its protagonist. What makes Red Dead Redemption 2 stand out is its sheer scale and attention to detail. The game's world is enormous and meticulously crafted, from the bustling towns and wild forests to the snowy mountains and murky swamps. Every corner of this world feels alive, with dynamic weather, realistic wildlife, and a day-night cycle that influences everything you do. It's the kind of world where you can get lost for hours, just soaking in the atmosphere and discovering new stories. The narrative in Red Dead Redemption 2 is where the game truly shines. Arthur Morgan's journey is one of redemption, survival, and loyalty, and the writing and voice acting bring his story to life in a way that few games can match. The interactions with other characters, whether it's your fellow gang members or the various NPCs you meet along the way, are filled with depth and nuance. Each character has their own story, and the way they interweave with Arthur's journey adds layers of complexity to the overall narrative. One of the most impressive aspects of Red Dead Redemption 2 is how it makes you feel a part of its world. The game's attention to detail is evident in everything from the realistic horse mechanics and intricate crafting systems to the way the characters react to your choices. There's a sense of immersion that pulls you into the life of an outlaw and makes you feel every triumph and setback along the way. And let's not forget the visuals and sound design. The game's graphics are stunning, with breathtaking landscapes and meticulously designed environments that make every moment feel cinematic. The soundtrack, with its haunting melodies and stirring compositions, enhances the emotional impact of the story and helps to create a truly memorable experience.
Get down here now, you inbred trash!
Red Dead Redemption 2 isn't just a game, it's an experience that captures the essence of the Wild West with unparalleled depth and realism. It's a journey through a world that feels both grand and intimate, and it's a story that resonates long after the credits roll. If you haven't had the chance to dive into this masterpiece yet, make sure you carve out some time for it. This is one game that truly deserves a spot on your must-play list. Metro Exodus. Our next game on the list is Metro Exodus, a gripping and atmospheric journey through a post-apocalyptic Russia that's as haunting as it is beautiful. If you're into immersive storytelling and atmospheric world building, this game should definitely be on your radar. Metro Exodus continues the story of Artyom, the protagonist from the previous Metro games, as he embarks on a daring journey across the Russian wilderness. After years of living in the underground tunnels of Moscow, Artyom and his fellow survivors set out on a quest for a new home, traveling through a war-torn, radioactive landscape that's both breathtaking and dangerous.
Don't you think I'd also love to live on?
What sets Metro Exodus apart is its shift from the claustrophobic tunnels of Moscow to a more open-world experience. The game offers a series of vast, diverse environments to explore, each with its own unique challenges and secrets. From snowy wastelands to sun-scorched deserts, the game's environments are rich in detail and atmosphere, making each area feel like a living, breathing world. The narrative in Metro Exodus is deeply engaging, blending personal stories with broader themes of survival and hope. As Artyom and his crew journey through the desolate Russian countryside, they encounter a range of characters and factions, each with their own motives and backgrounds.
Silent, Artyom, because it's dead.
The choices you make throughout the game impact the story and how the world evolves, adding layers of depth to the overall experience. The game's visuals are stunning, with highly detailed environments and realistic weather effects that enhance the sense of immersion. The attention to detail extends to the character models and animations, making the world of Metro Exodus feel vivid and alive. The atmospheric soundtrack and sound design further immerse you in the game, with eerie, haunting melodies and realistic environmental sounds that heighten the tension and emotional impact of the story. One of the standout features of Metro Exodus is its commitment to realism and survival. The game emphasizes the need to manage resources such as ammunition and supplies, which adds a layer of challenge and strategy to the gameplay. The dynamic weather and day-night cycle also play a crucial role, affecting how you approach different situations and navigate the world. Overall, Metro Exodus is a masterful blend of storytelling, atmosphere, and gameplay. It offers a deep, immersive experience that takes you on a journey through a beautifully desolate world filled with danger and wonder. If you're looking for a game that combines a rich narrative with a sprawling, open-world environment, Metro Exodus is definitely worth exploring.
It's been a while since I heard such bullshit before.
Tomb Raider 2013. Let's dive into Tomb Raider 2013, a game that rebooted the iconic series and gave Lara Croft a whole new level of depth and grit. If you're looking for a fresh take on a classic character and an adrenaline-pumping adventure, this is where it all began.
You can have the best form and technique in the world, but it won't mean a thing.
In this reboot, we meet a young Lara Croft just starting her journey as an adventurer. The game takes us to the treacherous island of Yamatai, where Lara and her expedition team are shipwrecked. What follows is a harrowing fight for survival against both hostile locals and a mysterious cult. Lara's transformation from a frightened academic into a hardened survivor is at the core of this intense narrative. One of the standout features of Tomb Raider 2013 is its ability to make you feel like you're right there with Lara. The game's environment is rich and immersive, from dense forests and ancient ruins to crumbling temples. Each location is meticulously crafted, making exploration feel both thrilling and dangerous. You'll find yourself scaling cliffs, solving intricate puzzles, and uncovering hidden secrets as you guide Lara through her perilous journey. Gameplay-wise, this Tomb Raider reboot combines action and survival elements in a way that's both exciting and challenging. The combat is visceral and engaging, with a range of weapons and skills at your disposal. The traversal and climbing mechanics are smooth and intuitive, making Lara's daring escapes and daring feats feel satisfying. The crafting system adds another layer of depth, allowing you to upgrade your gear and customize your approach to survival. The story is where Tomb Raider 2013 truly shines. Lara Croft is reintroduced with a more relatable and vulnerable persona. Her character development is compelling as you witness her struggle with fear and doubt, only to emerge stronger and more determined. The narrative is emotionally charged, and Lara's journey from an inexperienced explorer to a resilient hero is portrayed with both intensity and nuance. Visually, the game is impressive for its time, with detailed environments and realistic character models. The lush, vibrant settings contrast sharply with the harsh, brutal realities of survival, creating a compelling visual narrative that enhances the overall experience. Tomb Raider 2013 is more than just a reboot, it's a reinvention of a beloved franchise, giving Lara Croft a fresh start while staying true to the essence of her character. If you're up for an adventure that combines intense action with a deep, personal story, this game is a must-play. It's a thrilling ride that not only redefines Lara Croft, but also sets the stage for her future exploits. Spider-Man 2018. Alright, let's talk about Spider-Man 2018, the game that gave us a chance to live out our superhero fantasies in a way that's both exhilarating and heartfelt. If you've ever dreamed of swinging through the streets of New York City, fighting bad guys and balancing a double life, this game is your ticket to that fantasy. From the moment you start swinging through the city, it's clear this game isn't just about web slinging and wall crawling, it's about becoming Spider-Man in every sense of the word. The story follows Peter Parker, who's been Spider-Man for a while now, dealing with the usual superhero stuff, saving the city, fighting villains, and trying to keep his personal life from falling apart. It's a great blend of high-flying action and deep, character-driven storytelling. The game's portrayal of New York City is just breathtaking. It's not just a backdrop, but a living, breathing part of the experience. The city feels alive with detail and vibrancy, and swinging between skyscrapers is one of the most exhilarating things you can do in a video game. And the fluidity and freedom you feel while web slinging are unmatched, and you'll find yourself getting lost in the thrill of just traversing the city. Combat in Spider-Man 2018 is a blast, mixing classic beat-em-up style action with some really cool acrobatics. You've got a range of gadgets and abilities that make each fight feel dynamic and fresh. The game encourages you to use Spider-Man's agility and creativity to take down enemies in style, and the result is a combat system that feels both satisfying and fun. What really makes this game stand out is its focus on character development. Peter Parker's dual life is portrayed with a lot of heart. You see him struggle with the responsibilities of being Spider-Man while trying to maintain his relationships and his day job. The interactions with characters like Mary Jane Watson, Aunt May, and his mentor Norman Osborn add layers to the story and make the world feel richer and more authentic. And let's not forget about the visuals. The game looks stunning, with detailed character models and environments that really pop. The attention to detail in the city's design and the fluid animation during web swinging and combat make the whole experience immersive and enjoyable. Spider-Man 2018 is more than just a superhero game, it's a love letter to the character and his world. It captures the essence of what makes Spider-Man such a beloved hero, his bravery, his humor, and his humanity. If you're a fan of the web slinger or just looking for an awesome open world adventure, this game is definitely worth checking out. Swing by and see for yourself, you won't be disappointed. God of War 2018.
You are not ready.
What? Are you serious?
Let's dive into God of War, a game that's nothing short of a masterpiece. If you've ever wondered how to blend epic mythology with deep, personal storytelling, this game is your blueprint. This isn't just another entry in the series, it's a complete reinvention of Kratos' story. Set years after the original trilogy, Kratos is now living in the Norse realms with his young son Atreus. Gone are the days of rage-driven rampages in Greece. Instead, we're introduced to a Kratos who's trying to leave his past behind and be a father, but as you'd expect, trouble isn't far behind. From the moment you pick up the controller, you're thrust into a world that's as brutal as it is beautiful. The game's Norse setting is a rich tapestry of myth and lore, and it's stunningly brought to life. The environments are lush and varied, from towering mountains to eerie forests, and every detail feels meticulously crafted. The seamless transition from cinematic cutscenes to gameplay makes the world feel alive and immersive. Combat in God of War is a total overhaul from previous games. The iconic Blades of Chaos are replaced with a more grounded weapon, the Leviathan Axe. It's not just a new weapon, it's a whole new way of fighting. The combat is visceral and satisfying with a mix of strategic depth and raw power. The way Kratos swings his axe and interacts with the environment makes every fight feel dynamic and engaging. But what really sets this game apart is its focus on storytelling. The relationship between Kratos and Atreus is the heart of the game. Watching their bond grow as they face challenges together is both moving and compelling. Atreus isn't just a sidekick, he's integral to the story and the gameplay, and his interactions with Kratos add emotional weight to every encounter. Visually, the game is a showstopper. The attention to detail in the character models, the lighting, and the world design is incredible. The game's technical prowess complements its storytelling, making for an experience that's as stunning as it is engaging. God of War 2018 isn't just a reboot, it's a reimagining of a beloved character and his world. It manages to balance epic, mythological action with a deeply personal story of redemption and fatherhood. If you're looking for a game that combines breathtaking visuals, compelling combat, and a narrative that'll tug at your heartstrings, this is one you definitely shouldn't miss. Dying Light. This game will pull you in with its thrilling action and keep you playing for hours. In Dying Light, you play as Kyle Crane, a secret agent sent into a city overrun by zombies. The city is huge and open for you to explore. During the day, you gather supplies, craft weapons, and fight zombies. But when night falls, the game gets even more intense. Stronger, scarier zombies come out, and you have to be extra careful. The game's parkour movement is amazing. You can run, jump, and climb all over the city. This makes getting away from zombies and exploring the rooftops a lot of fun. You'll spend hours just running around and discovering new places. The combat is exciting too. You can use all kinds of weapons, from bats to swords to guns. You can also craft your own weapons with things you find, making them stronger and more effective. Fighting zombies is always thrilling and keeps you on your toes. Dying Light also has a lot of missions and side quests. Each one is different and interesting, making you want to keep playing to see what happens next. The story is engaging and the characters you meet add depth to the game. The day-night cycle in Dying Light really adds to the game's addictiveness. The game changes so much at night that it feels like you're playing two different games. Surviving the night is a real challenge and gives you a great sense of accomplishment. If you love action-packed games with a mix of exploration, combat, and survival, Dying Light is perfect for you. You'll lose track of time as you get caught up in the thrill of surviving in a city full of zombies.
All units report. Opening fire.
Cyberpunk 2077. Next on our list is Cyberpunk 2077. This game will draw you in with its massive open world and endless possibilities. In Cyberpunk, you play as V, a mercenary in the futuristic city of Night City. The city is huge and full of life, with neon lights, bustling streets, and a dark underworld. You can customize your character and make choices that affect the story and the world around you. The main story is gripping, filled with twists, action, and memorable characters. It keeps you hooked, making you want to see what happens next. But it's not just the main story that's addictive. Night City is packed with side missions, gigs, and activities. Each district has its own vibe and secrets to uncover. You'll find yourself spending hours exploring the city, finding new quests, and getting lost in the detailed world. The combat and gameplay are also a big part of what makes Cyberpunk 2077 so addictive. You can choose from a wide range of weapons and cybernetic enhancements to suit your playstyle. Whether you prefer stealth, hacking, or all-out combat, the game lets you play the way you want. The variety of options keeps the gameplay fresh and exciting. The world building in Cyberpunk is also top-notch. The city feels alive with dynamic weather, day-night cycles, and NPCs going about their daily lives. The attention to detail is incredible, making Night City a place you'll want to keep exploring. Cyberpunk also has a deep customization system. You can change your appearance, upgrade your skills, and modify your weapons and gear. This allows you to create a unique character that fits your playstyle and makes the game feel personal. If you love open-world games with rich stories, deep customization, and endless exploration, Cyberpunk 2077 is a game you'll lose track of time playing. Dive into Night City and experience the future for yourself. It's a wild ride you won't want to end. Ghost of Tsushima. This game will captivate you with its stunning world and gripping samurai action. In Ghost of Tsushima, you play as Jin Sakai, a samurai on a mission to defend his homeland from a Mongol invasion. The island of Tsushima is breathtakingly beautiful with lush forests, serene temples, and rugged mountains. The world is so immersive that you'll find yourself wandering for hours, just taking in the scenery. The game's combat system is one of its highlights. You can switch between different fighting stances to tackle various enemies, and every sword fight feels intense and rewarding. The game also offers stealth options, allowing you to approach situations in multiple ways. Whether you're engaging in a tense duel or silently taking down enemies, the combat is always exciting. Exploration in Ghost of Tsushima is incredibly rewarding. The island is filled with secrets to uncover, from hidden shrines and hot springs to challenging bamboo strikes and mythical tales. Each discovery enhances your abilities or adds to the rich lore of the game, making exploration feel meaningful. The story is compelling and emotional, focusing on Jin's struggle between his samurai traditions and the need to adopt new tactics to save his people. The characters you meet along the way are well developed, adding depth to the narrative and keeping you invested in Jin's journey. Visually, Ghost of Tsushima is a masterpiece. The dynamic weather and time of day changes make the island feel alive and constantly evolving. The game's art direction and attention to detail create a visually stunning experience that you'll want to keep exploring. The game also includes various side activities such as helping villagers, hunting down Mongol camps, and writing haikus. These activities add variety and depth to the gameplay, ensuring that there's always something new to do. If you love open-world games with beautiful settings, deep combat systems, and rich stories, Ghost of Tsushima is a game you'll lose track of time playing. Nioh 2. In Nioh 2, you take on the role of a half-human, half-yokai warrior navigating a brutal and mystical version of Japan's Sengoku period. This game is incredibly addictive, blending intense combat with deep RPG elements that will keep you playing for hours. The combat system in Nioh 2 is highly engaging and challenging. You can choose from a variety of weapons, each with its own unique moves and stances. Mastering these weapons and learning to switch between stances to take on different enemies keeps the combat fresh and exciting. The game also introduces yokai abilities, allowing you to use powerful supernatural attacks, adding another layer of strategy. Exploration in Nioh 2 is rewarding, with levels designed to encourage you to search every corner. You'll find hidden paths, powerful items, and tough enemies waiting to be defeated. The game's beautiful yet dangerous environments, from dark forests to ancient temples, are filled with secrets and surprises. The RPG elements are deep and satisfying. You can customize your character's appearance, stats, and abilities to suit your playstyle. The loot system is robust, offering a wide array of weapons and armor with different attributes. Finding and upgrading the best gear becomes an addictive loop as you strive to perfect your build. Nioh 2's story is intriguing, weaving together historical events with supernatural elements. You'll encounter a cast of interesting characters, both human and yokai, as you uncover the mysteries of your own past and the world around you. The narrative keeps you hooked as you progress through the game's challenging levels. The game also offers a cooperative multiplayer mode, allowing you to team up with friends or other players online. This adds a fun and social element to the game, making tough battles more manageable and exploration more enjoyable. Visually, Nioh 2 is stunning. The detailed environments and character designs, combined with the smooth animations and effects, create a visually immersive experience. The game's art style captures the eerie and mystical atmosphere of its setting perfectly. If you enjoy action-packed games with deep combat and RPG mechanics, Nioh 2 is a game you'll lose track of time playing. Its challenging gameplay, rich customization options, and captivating world will keep you hooked for hours. Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter World is one of those games that will have you hooked for hours on end. You play as a hunter, exploring a vibrant, living world filled with giant monsters, and your main goal is to hunt these massive creatures and use their parts to craft better gear. The game starts with you arriving in the new world, a huge and diverse place with different ecosystems. You'll explore lush forests, scorching deserts, and frozen tundras, each filled with unique monsters and challenges. The environments are stunning and full of life, making exploration exciting. Hunting monsters is where the game truly shines. Each monster is like a boss fight with its own behavior and attack patterns. You need to study them, learn their weaknesses, and plan your strategy. The hunts are intense and thrilling, keeping you on your toes the whole time. The combat system is deep and satisfying. You can choose from a variety of weapons, each with its own playstyle. Whether you prefer swinging a massive sword, shooting with a bow, or slicing with dual blades, there's a weapon for everyone. The combos and special moves make every fight dynamic and engaging. Crafting and upgrading gear is a big part of the game. Every time you defeat a monster, you collect parts that you can use to create new weapons and armor. This loop of hunting, collecting, and upgrading is incredibly addictive. You always feel like you're getting stronger and ready to take on tougher challenges. The multiplayer aspect is fantastic. You can team up with friends or other players online to hunt monsters together. Cooperation and teamwork are key, especially when facing the game's toughest monsters. Hunting with friends makes the game even more enjoyable and adds a social element to the adventure. Monster Hunter World also has a lot of additional content, including events, new monsters, and expansions like Iceborne, which adds even more to explore and conquer. If you love action-packed games with deep combat systems and a rewarding progression loop, Monster Hunter World is a game you'll lose track of time playing. Hitman World of Assassination. Hitman World of Assassination is the perfect game for those who love stealth, strategy, and a bit of chaos. You step into the shoes of Agent 47, a professional assassin with a knack for creative problem solving. This game will have you hooked for hours as you plan and execute your missions with precision.
Anyone there?
The game offers a series of detailed, open-ended levels set in various exotic locations around the world. Each level is a sandbox where you can approach your targets in countless ways. Whether you choose to disguise yourself, set up elaborate traps, or go in guns blazing, the choice is yours. One of the most addictive aspects of Hitman is its replayability. Each mission can be completed in numerous ways, and the game rewards you for trying different strategies. You might spend hours mastering one level, learning every detail and perfecting your approach. The sense of accomplishment when you pull off the perfect hit is incredibly satisfying. The levels are meticulously designed and full of opportunities. You'll find hidden passages, secret items, and unique disguises that allow you to get close to your targets undetected. The AI is smart and reacts to your actions, making every mission a dynamic puzzle to solve. The game's story is intriguing and ties all the missions together. While the main plot is compelling, the real fun comes from the individual stories within each mission. You'll encounter interesting characters and scenarios that add depth to the world and make each level feel like its own mini-drama. Hitman World of Assassination also features live content updates, including new targets, missions, and challenges. This keeps the game fresh and gives you new reasons to dive back in and test your skills. If you enjoy games that let you plan, strategize, and get creative with how you tackle challenges, Hitman World of Assassination is a game you'll lose track of time playing. The thrill of executing the perfect assassination, combined with the game's deep mechanics and replayability, makes it a must-play for stealth game enthusiasts. Get ready to become the ultimate assassin and explore a world of endless possibilities. Nier Automata. Nier Automata is a game that will pull you in with its intriguing story, deep combat, and beautiful world. You play as 2B, an android soldier fighting in a war between machines and androids in a post-apocalyptic Earth. The game's mix of action, RPG elements, and philosophical themes will keep you playing for hours. The story in Nier Automata is layered and thought-provoking. As you progress, you uncover the mysteries of the world and the true nature of the conflict. The narrative explores themes like identity, consciousness, and what it means to be human. The game has multiple endings, each adding new layers to the story, encouraging you to replay it and see everything it has to offer. Combat is fast-paced and fluid. You can switch between melee and ranged attacks seamlessly using a variety of weapons and abilities. The game also features bullet hell elements, making battles chaotic and exciting. The controls are smooth and responsive, making every fight feel satisfying. The world of Nier Automata is stunning and filled with diverse environments, from ruined cities and lush forests to eerie deserts. Each area is beautifully crafted and filled with secrets and lore. Exploring the world is a joy, and you'll find plenty of side quests and hidden details that enrich the story. The game's soundtrack is another standout feature. The music is hauntingly beautiful and perfectly complements the game's emotional and atmospheric tone. It's one of those soundtracks that stays with you long after you've stopped playing. Nier Automata also offers a unique gameplay experience by blending different genres. You'll find sections of the game that switch to side-scrolling, top-down shooting, and even text-based adventure. This variety keeps the gameplay fresh and interesting. If you enjoy games with deep stories, engaging combat, and beautiful worlds, Nier Automata is a must-play. Its blend of action, RPG elements, and philosophical storytelling will keep you hooked for hours. Wolfenstein: The New Order. Alright, let's talk about Wolfenstein: The New Order. This game is seriously awesome and doesn't get enough love. You play as BJ Blazkowicz, a soldier fighting against the Nazis in a world where they won World War II. The story is super engaging with lots of twists and turns that keep you hooked. You really want to see what happens next. Plus, BJ is a tough guy with a good heart, which makes him easy to root for. You get to use all sorts of cool weapons, and the combat is really smooth. 1 minute you're in a full-on firefight, and the next you're sneaking around trying to take down enemies quietly. It keeps things fresh and exciting. What's great about this game is how it's linear, but in a good way. You always know where to go, so you can focus on enjoying the story and action without getting lost. The levels are well designed, and there's always something new to see or do. The game looks great too. The graphics are sharp, and the environments are detailed. Whether you're in a high-tech Nazi base or a ruined city, everything looks amazing. The sound and music also really add to the atmosphere. Wolfenstein: The New Order didn't get the attention it deserved when it came out. It's got an awesome story, fun gameplay, and looks fantastic. If you're into action-packed games with a great plot, you should definitely check it out. Titanfall 2. Let's talk about Titanfall 2. This game is an absolute gem and often gets overlooked. You play as Jack Cooper, a rifleman who ends up piloting a big badass mech called BT-7274.
This will be useful in direct combat. First floor ready.
The bond between Jack and BT is one of the coolest parts of the game. The story is really engaging, it's a mix of action and heart, and you get to experience some fantastic moments. The campaign is filled with epic battles, clever puzzles, and some really innovative level design. There's one level where you mess with time travel and it's just mind-blowing.
Reminder, identification credentials must be displayed at all times.
The gameplay is super smooth. You've got these awesome parkour moves like wall running and double jumping, which make moving around so much fun. And then there's the mech combat, it's intense and satisfying. Switching between on foot action and piloting BT keeps things exciting. The game's graphics are top-notch. The environments are varied and beautifully designed, from lush forests to futuristic facilities. The sound design is also great, with the roar of your Titan and the blast of your weapons adding to the immersive experience. Titanfall 2 has one of the best single-player campaigns in a first-person shooter. It's packed with memorable moments and creative gameplay mechanics. If you're looking for an underrated game that combines fast-paced action with a great story, you need to check out Titanfall 2. It's a ride you won't forget.
Shield online. The Vortex Shield catches incoming rounds and missiles. Release the button to launch any captured objects back at the enemy.
Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. Alright, let's dive into Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. This game is a real hidden gem. You get to play as Star-Lord and lead the quirky and lovable Guardians of the Galaxy crew.
It feels like they're everywhere, laughing at us!
The story is fantastic and full of heart. It really captures the spirit of the Guardians with a mix of humor, action, and emotional moments. The banter between the characters is spot on, and their relationships feel genuine. You'll find yourself laughing one moment and getting misty-eyed the next. Playing the game is super fun. You control Star-Lord and can tell the other Guardians what to do during fights, which adds a cool strategy element. Each Guardian has their own special moves, so you can mix things up. The action is fast and keeps you on your toes. You also get to explore different planets, each one looking unique and interesting. There are puzzles to solve and secrets to find, which keeps things exciting. The game looks amazing, with vibrant colors and lots of detail. The soundtrack is packed with 80s hits that really add to the fun vibe. What I love most is how well the game captures the essence of the Guardians. The characters are well written and feel true to their comic book selves. The voice acting is top-notch, making each character come alive.
I cannot wait to meet our monster.
I thought you were mostly interested in meeting the buyer.
She is a respectable collector.
Is it working?
Yeah, don't worry, Sunshine.
Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy didn't get as much attention as it deserves. It's got a great story, fun gameplay, and fantastic characters. If you're a fan of the Guardians or just looking for a really enjoyable game, you should definitely give it a try. It's a wild, emotional ride that you won't want to miss.
Once the thumpers are placed, we'll meet in the middle and we'll capture the monster together.
Quantum Break. Alright, let's talk about Quantum Break. This game is seriously underrated and offers a unique mix of action and storytelling. You play as Jack Joyce, who gets some pretty wild time manipulation powers after a science experiment goes wrong. The story is super engaging. It's all about time travel, conspiracies, and a big evil corporation. What's really cool is how the game blends gameplay with live action episodes. Yep, you heard that right. After you play through a section, you get to watch a live action episode that shows you more about what's happening with the other characters. It's like playing a game and watching a TV show at the same time.
We can't risk any unwanted attention. Convince the witnesses not to talk. Keep eyes on them and send them home. Initialize a PR campaign.
The gameplay is a blast. With your time powers, you can do all sorts of crazy things like freezing enemies, dodging bullets, and even creating a shield. The combat is fast and feels really fresh because you're always figuring out new ways to use your powers. Plus, the environments are super detailed and look amazing, which makes all the action even more fun. Visually, Quantum Break is stunning. The graphics are top-notch, and the way the game handles the time manipulation effects is really impressive. The environments change and shift in such cool ways, making every level feel dynamic and alive. The characters are another highlight. Jack Joyce is a great lead, and you really start to care about him and his fight against the bad guys. The acting is solid across the board, and the live action segments add a lot of depth to the story. Quantum Break is a game that didn't get as much attention as it deserved. It's got a gripping story, innovative gameplay, and fantastic visuals. If you're looking for something different that combines action with a great narrative, you should definitely check it out. It's a thrilling ride from start to finish, and you won't want to put it down.
It was you, the first experiment.
The Order 1886.
Galahad, take cover!
Let's talk about the Order 1886. This game often flies under the radar, but it's really something special. You play as Sir Galahad, a knight in a secret order that protects humanity from supernatural threats in an alternate history Victorian London. The story is what really grabs you. It's like playing through a blockbuster movie. The game is packed with rich lore, combining historical elements with fantastical creatures and advanced steampunk technology. The narrative is full of intrigue, betrayal, and mystery, keeping you hooked from start to finish. The graphics were ahead of their time with incredibly detailed character models, realistic lighting, and beautifully crafted environments. The game's version of Victorian London is dark, atmospheric, and incredibly immersive. It feels like you're stepping into a living, breathing world.
The plague of lichen infestation that has infected our city will only grow more intolerable.
Gameplay is a mix of third-person shooting, exploration, and quick-time events. The shooting mechanics are solid with a variety of unique weapons that fit the steampunk setting. The game's combat is satisfying, though it's the story and the world that keep you coming back. One of the standout features is the seamless integration of gameplay and cinematic cutscenes. There's no jarring transition between playing and watching, which makes the whole experience feel fluid and immersive.
When the noble Arthur sought to contest for truage with the Roman Emperor Lucius, he did not trouble himself with issues of jurisdiction. Do not presume to quote history to me, Sir Percival.
While the Order 1886 got some flack for its linear structure and relatively short length, it excels in delivering a tightly paced, visually spectacular, and emotionally engaging experience. It's like a roller coaster ride, intense, thrilling, and over too soon, but definitely worth it. If you're looking for a game that combines a compelling story with gorgeous visuals and solid gameplay, The Order 1886 is definitely worth checking out. It's a unique blend of history, fantasy, and action that offers a memorable cinematic experience.
A word.
Tell me, monsieur, about the Lord Chancellor.
What is it, Marquis?
Gears of War.
For a time, the humans of Serra knew the...
Alright, let's chat about Gears of War. This game is a classic and deserves way more attention than it sometimes gets. You play as Marcus Phoenix, a tough-as-nails soldier fighting against a brutal enemy known as the Locust Horde. The story kicks off with a bang. You're thrown right into the action, and it doesn't let up. It's set in a war-torn world where humanity is on the brink of extinction. Marcus and his squad, Delta Team, are humanity's last hope. The narrative is intense, full of epic battles and personal sacrifices. You really get to know and care about the characters as you play. The gameplay is where Gears of War really shines. It introduced the cover-based shooting mechanic that many games use today. You duck behind cover, pop out to take shots, and move strategically through the battlefield. The combat is visceral and satisfying with a mix of brutal melee attacks and powerful firearms. The chainsaw bayonet is iconic and incredibly fun to use. The game's pacing is excellent. It balances intense firefights with quieter moments where you can explore and soak in the atmosphere. The environments are varied, from destroyed cities to underground caverns, keeping things fresh and interesting. The graphics were top-notch for its time, with detailed character models in gritty, immersive settings.
The Marcus Phoenix? The one who fought at Asfield Fields?
Yep.
Wow, cool!
Gears of War is a game that has left a lasting legacy. It's intense, engaging, and incredibly fun to play. If you're into action-packed shooters with a strong story and memorable characters, you've got to check it out. The Wolf Among Us.
A message?
Let's talk about The Wolf Among Us. This game is a real hidden gem. You play as Bigby Wolf, the sheriff of Fabletown, a place in New York City where fairy tale characters live in the real world. The story is amazing. It's like a detective movie where you have to solve a murder. As you play, you find out all sorts of secrets about the people in Fabletown. The story has lots of twists and keeps you interested the whole time.
Have more to offer. Get our ducks in a row. Oh, Crane doesn't like people smoking and...
The characters are what make this game special. You meet fairy tale characters, but they are different from what you remember. They have real life problems and interesting personalities. Bigby, the main character, is really cool because he has a dark past, but is trying to do good.
What's it say about that?
It says Bricklebit in an older elvish hand.
The game is all about making choices. What you decide changes the story and how people react to you. Sometimes the choices are really hard and there's no easy answer. This makes you want to play again to see what happens if you make different choices. The way the game looks is really cool. It's like playing a comic book with bright colors and lots of details. The places you visit are full of atmosphere, whether it's a bar or an old apartment. The voices in the game are great. The actors make the characters feel real and interesting. The sounds and music also help make the game feel like a detective story.
You two need to get a handle on this situation quickly and quietly.
The Wolf Among Us is a game that more people should know about. It has a great story, cool characters, and a unique look. If you like games where the story and your choices matter, you should definitely play this one. It's an exciting and fun experience that you won't forget.
Where is the bottle of wine you were to purchase?
Hi-Fi Rush. Alright, let's talk about Hi-Fi Rush. This game is a hidden gem that's all about rhythm and fun. You play as Chai, a rock star in a colorful, music-filled world. The story is lighthearted and entertaining. Chai finds himself in a strange place where everything moves to the beat of the music. He decides to become a hero and takes on a big corporation that's up to no good. It's quirky and full of charm.
That's the defect? Looks suspicious. Could be.
Gameplay is where Hi-Fi Rush really shines. It's a rhythm-based action game where you fight enemies to the beat of the music. The better you time your moves, the more powerful your attacks. It's like playing a mix of a rhythm game and a fighting game, and it's super satisfying. The graphics are bright and colorful. The whole game looks like a vibrant animated music video. The characters are fun and full of personality, and the world is just a joy to look at. The music is a huge part of the game. The soundtrack is packed with catchy tunes that make you want to move. Each level has its own music, and it's all perfectly synced to the action. You'll find yourself bobbing your head and tapping your foot as you play.
I can see that.
Hi-Fi Rush is one of those games that just makes you happy. It's fun, energetic, and full of life. If you love music and action games, this one is a must-play. It's a unique and joyful experience that's sure to put a smile on your face. Yakuza series. Alright, let's talk about the Yakuza series, a collection of games that's perfect for anyone who loves deep stories, intense action, and a whole lot of side activities to keep you busy for well over 100 hours. The Yakuza series takes you into the heart of Japan's criminal underworld. You primarily play as Kazuma Kiryu, a tough-as-nails Yakuza with a heart of gold. The main storyline is full of drama, betrayal, and some truly memorable characters. Each game weaves an intricate tale that's both emotional and thrilling, pulling you deep into the lives of the characters. One of the biggest draws of the Yakuza series is its combat system. The fighting is fast-paced and brutal, with a variety of styles and moves to master. You can pick up and use anything as a weapon, from bicycles to signboards, which makes for some pretty wild and entertaining battles. And as you progress, you can upgrade your abilities and unlock new moves, keeping the combat fresh and exciting. But what really sets the Yakuza series apart is the sheer amount of stuff you can do outside of the main story. The cities you explore, like Kamurocho, are packed with activities. You can play arcade games, go bowling, sing karaoke, participate in dance battles, and even manage a cabaret club. These side activities are so well crafted that they could be games on their own. The side stories or sub-stories are another highlight. These are little side missions that range from the hilarious to the heartfelt. They often introduce quirky characters and situations that add a lot of flavor to the world. You might help a dominatrix improve her skills or chase down a stolen pair of underwear. It's this blend of serious main plot and wacky side content that gives the Yakuza series its unique charm. The series also offers mini-games that are incredibly detailed. For example, you can spend hours playing mahjong, shogi, or even running a real estate business. These mini-games add depth and variety, ensuring there's always something new to discover. Each game in the series is rich with content. Whether you're playing the older titles like Yakuza 0 or the latest installment, there's always a ton of stuff to keep you occupied. And with the interconnected stories, you'll find yourself deeply invested in the world and its characters. The Yakuza series is a fantastic blend of intense action, compelling storytelling, and an abundance of side activities. If you're looking for a series that can easily soak up 100+ hours of your time, this is it. Each game offers a unique and unforgettable experience, making it a must-play for any serious gamer. So dive into the world of Yakuza and get ready for an adventure that's both epic and entertaining. Baldur's Gate 3. Alright, let's talk about Baldur's Gate 3, a game that's perfect for anyone who loves epic RPGs with rich storytelling, complex characters, and endless possibilities. In Baldur's Gate 3, you're thrown into a world of magic, danger, and adventure. You start off with a parasite in your head, planted there by mind flayers, and your journey revolves around finding a way to remove it. The game's story is incredibly deep and full of twists, with every choice you make affecting the world and the people around you. One of the best things about Baldur's Gate 3 is the character creation. You can choose from a wide variety of races, classes, and backgrounds, each with its own unique abilities and traits. This level of customization means you can create a character that truly feels like your own. Whether you want to be a noble elf wizard, a rugged human warrior, or a sneaky halfling rogue, the possibilities are endless. The gameplay is a blend of exploration, combat, and roleplay. The world of Baldur's Gate 3 is vast and detailed with tons of secrets to discover. You'll be exploring dungeons, forests, and cities, all beautifully rendered and packed with things to find. The turn-based combat system is strategic and challenging, requiring you to think carefully about your actions. You can use the environment to your advantage, set traps, and combine spells and abilities in creative ways. The interactions with NPCs are another highlight. The dialogue options are extensive, and the choices you make can lead to vastly different outcomes. You can befriend characters, make enemies, or even romance them. Baldur's Gate 3 also supports multiplayer, so you can team up with friends and tackle the adventure together. This adds a whole new layer of fun as you can coordinate strategies and make decisions together. It's a great way to experience the game's rich world and story with others. One of the reasons you can easily spend 100+ hours in Baldur's Gate 3 is the sheer amount of content. The main story is lengthy and engaging, but there are also countless side quests, hidden areas, and optional challenges. Every playthrough can be different thanks to the branching paths and choices, giving the game immense replay value. Overall, Baldur's Gate 3 is a game that offers a deep and immersive RPG experience. Its combination of rich storytelling, strategic combat, and endless customization makes it a standout title. If you're looking for a game that you can get lost in for hours on end, Baldur's Gate 3 is a must-play.
That's the kind of name you remember. This enemy takes all the boxes.
Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Alright, let's talk about Xenoblade Chronicles 3, an epic RPG that's sure to keep you hooked for well over 100 hours with its rich story, expansive world, and deep gameplay mechanics. In Xenoblade Chronicles 3, you find yourself in the vast, interconnected world of Aeonios. The game continues the grand tradition of the series with a complex, engaging storyline that explores themes of conflict, unity, and destiny. You'll meet a diverse cast of characters, each with their own backstories and motivations, and together you'll embark on an unforgettable adventure. One of the standout features of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is its open world. The environments are massive and beautifully crafted, ranging from lush forests and sprawling plains to mysterious caves and futuristic cities. Exploring these areas is a joy, as each location is filled with hidden secrets, challenging monsters, and stunning vistas. The world feels alive and full of possibilities, encouraging you to dive deeper and uncover everything it has to offer. The combat system in Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is deep and strategic. It builds on the systems of the previous games, combining real-time action with complex party management. You control a team of characters, each with unique abilities and roles, and you can switch between them during battle to adapt to different situations. The game introduces new mechanics like interlinking, where characters can fuse together for powerful attacks, adding another layer of strategy. Mastering the combat system and finding the best combinations of characters and abilities is incredibly satisfying. Character progression is another area where Xenoblade Chronicles 3 shines. Each character can develop in multiple ways through leveling up, unlocking new skills, and finding better equipment. There are also various side quests and activities that help you strengthen your team and uncover more about the world and its inhabitants. The sense of growth and progression keeps you invested in your characters and their journey. The story is a major highlight with a real interesting plot that keeps you engaged from start to finish. The narrative is filled with twists and emotional moments, making you care deeply about the characters and their fates. Visually, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is stunning. The game's art style is vibrant and detailed with beautifully designed characters and environments. The day-night cycle and dynamic weather add to the immersive experience, making the world feel even more alive. The soundtrack is also exceptional, featuring sweeping orchestral pieces and memorable themes that enhance the overall atmosphere. There's so much to do in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. The main story alone can take dozens of hours to complete, but there are also countless side quests, optional bosses, and hidden treasures to discover. Overall, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is a must-play for any RPG fan. Its combination of a rich, immersive world, deep combat system, and engaging story makes it a game that you can easily sink 100 hours into. If you're looking for an epic adventure that will keep you entertained for a long time, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is the perfect choice.
I don't normally stoop to this. Such duplicity is beneath me.
Stab in the back! What a dirty brute!
Kingdom Come Deliverance. Alright, let's talk about Kingdom Come Deliverance, a game that's all about diving into a highly detailed and realistic medieval world. If you're looking for a game that offers depth, authenticity, and a lot of content, this one's got you covered. In Kingdom Come Deliverance, you play as Henry, a blacksmith's son who gets caught up in the chaos of 15th century Bohemia. The game kicks off with a personal tragedy that sets Henry on a path of revenge and adventure.
Herrgott!
The story is rich and engaging, with well-developed characters and plenty of twists to keep you hooked. What makes Kingdom Come Deliverance stand out is its commitment to realism. The game's world is meticulously crafted to reflect the historical setting, from the architecture and clothing to the social structures in daily life. It feels like stepping into a living history book, and the attention to detail is incredible. The gameplay is deeply immersive. Unlike many RPGs, Kingdom Come Deliverance doesn't rely on magic or fantasy elements. Instead, it focuses on realistic combat, survival, and social interactions. The combat system is complex and challenging, requiring you to learn and master different techniques and weapons. It's all about timing, precision, and strategy, which makes every fight feel intense and rewarding. You'll also need to pay attention to Henry's needs like eating, sleeping, and maintaining his equipment. These survival elements add another layer of realism and immersion. Plus, the game features a detailed alchemy system for creating potions, which can be both useful and fun to experiment with. One of the most enjoyable aspects of Kingdom Come Deliverance is the open world exploration. The game's world is vast and beautiful, filled with forests, fields, villages, and castles. There are countless side quests, activities, and hidden secrets to discover. Whether you're hunting in the woods, engaging in a tournament, or simply wandering through a village, there's always something to see and do. The quests in Kingdom Come Deliverance are well written and often involve multiple solutions. You can approach problems in various ways, whether through combat, stealth, diplomacy, or even a bit of cunning. The choices you make can have significant consequences affecting how characters respond to you and how the story unfolds. Kingdom Come Deliverance is a game that rewards patience and attention to detail. It's not about rushing through, it's about experiencing the world and living Henry's journey. The depth and complexity of the gameplay, combined with the rich narrative and historical setting, make it a game that you can easily spend 100 hours on. Overall, Kingdom Come Deliverance is a masterpiece of realism and immersion. If you're a fan of historical settings and enjoy a challenging, in-depth RPG experience, this game is a must-play. Persona 5 Royal. Alright, let's get into Persona 5 Royal, a game that blends the best of JRPG mechanics with a deep, engaging story and stylish presentation. This game isn't just about battling monsters, it's about living a double life as a high school student and a phantom thief. You play as a teenager who's transferred to Shujin Academy in Tokyo. On the surface, you're just an ordinary student dealing with classes, friendships, and the usual high school drama. But there's a twist. You and a group of friends discover you have the power to enter an alternate dimension called the Metaverse. In this realm, you become the Phantom Thieves, a group dedicated to stealing the corrupted desires from the hearts of adults. What makes Persona 5 Royal so amazing is its dual gameplay. By day, you attend school, take exams, build relationships, and engage in various social activities. Every action you take can improve your stats or deepen your bonds with other characters, which in turn affects your abilities in the metaverse. By night, you're exploring dungeons, fighting shadows, and stealing hearts. The combat system is turn-based, but with a twist. It's fast-paced, strategic, and incredibly satisfying. Each member of your team has unique abilities tied to their personas, powerful beings that represent their inner selves. You'll need to think carefully about your moves, exploit enemy weaknesses, and use a variety of skills to succeed. The game rewards strategy and planning, making every battle feel rewarding. One of the standout features of Persona 5 Royal is its story. It's a deep, multi-layered narrative that tackles themes of justice, rebellion, and the struggle against corruption. The characters are well developed, each with their own backstories and personal growth arcs. You'll find yourself deeply invested in their lives, both inside and outside of the metaverse. Visually, the game is a treat. It has a unique, stylish art direction with bold colors and slick animations. The user interface is one of the coolest you'll ever see in a game, and the overall aesthetic just screams style. Every element, from the menus to the battle animations, is designed to be visually striking. One of the new additions in Persona 5 Royal compared to the original Persona 5 is the expanded story content. There are new characters, new story arcs, and a whole new semester to explore. This adds even more depth and hours of gameplay, making an already lengthy game even more substantial. The social simulation aspect of the game is incredibly engaging. Building relationships with your friends and confidants isn't just about the story, it directly impacts your abilities in the metaverse. These connections unlock new skills, grant special bonuses, and provide deeper insight into the characters' lives. Persona 5 Royal is a game that offers a rich, immersive experience that can easily soak up 100+ hours of your time. Its combination of deep storytelling, strategic combat, and engaging social simulation makes it a standout title in the RPG genre. If you're looking for a game that will keep you hooked from start to finish, Persona 5 Royal is an absolute must-play.
If you don't deal with this,
Still Wakes the Deep. Honestly, what to say about Still Wakes the Deep? It's probably one of the best narrative horror stories I've played in many years. The setting is spot on, nailing the whole vibe of Scotland in 1970s aboard one of the most dangerous structures to work on in the North Sea. Graphically, it's the standard you'd expect from the Unreal Engine, creating amazing set pieces, lighting, rain, and water effects. The developers clearly did their homework on oil rigs from that era, since almost every single aspect of the interior and exterior is identical to what you would find on them, even down to the design of the lifeboats, radiators, and other small details. Personally, I think one of the strongest assets of this title is its sound design. With a good set of 3D surround headphones, it's quite amazing to listen to each surface underfoot, the creepy howling of the monsters.
Jesus, Gregor! Gregor! Get away from the edge! Gaz! Gaz! Get back, man! Gaz! Help me!
All the way to the walls and pipes shuddering and creaking from the weather is very immersive. I'm not sure what technology exactly they use for the waves, but this game is probably the first one I've played which actually captures the pure raw power and roar of a storm at sea as it slams up against the legs of the rig, and you can barely hear yourself over the noise.
He's breathing, thank Christ. Kaz, come on. Wake up, Kaz. Why is he not waking up? Can you hear me? Is he going to die, Brody?
Now, as for the story, I won't comment much on it as it would be very hard to not spoil key moments, so to summarize briefly, this isn't a survival horror game. It's not got inventory management or other mechanics such as Outlast, Amnesia, or the evil within, so definitely don't go into this thinking that'll be the case. It's a narrative horror, much like taking part in a movie as the main character and going through an emotional roller coaster from beginning to end. Some will really enjoy it, others will immediately look elsewhere for a more action experience, both of which are fine, but you'll not find that here. That's not to say that there aren't some extremely tense moments and very eerie encounters. In closing, I highly recommend Still Wakes the Deep to anyone that's even curious about it. The story and characters left an impression on me, and even though it was relatively short, it was well worth the time and money.
Kaz! What? Right, aye, what do you need? The cable's stuck. Go down and release the main brake, then come back up and raise the bell.
Sifu. Okay, so let's talk about Sifu. Imagine you're on this intense journey of revenge, playing as a martial artist who's got some serious moves. This game is all about precision, skill, and a bit of patience. The thing that stands out the most in Sifu is the combat. It's like being in an epic martial arts move. You have to time your attacks perfectly and use different techniques to take down your enemies.
Put that down!
It's not just about button mashing, you really have to think about your moves. The first time I nailed a combo, it felt so rewarding. The graphics are pretty slick too. The art style is unique with this cool, almost comic book-like look. It's vibrant and detailed, making every fight scene feel dynamic and alive. And the environments? They're beautifully crafted, from dimly lit alleys to stylish dojos. Each setting adds to the overall vibe of the game. Now, what's really interesting is the aging mechanic. Every time you die, you get older, which affects your abilities. It's a unique twist that adds a layer of strategy. Do you keep pushing forward or take a step back and rethink your approach? It's a cool way to make you feel the weight of each fight. The story is straightforward but gripping, You're out for revenge, and as you progress, you uncover more about your character's past and the enemies you're facing. It's personal and makes every battle feel meaningful. One thing to note is that Sifu can be pretty challenging. There were times when I had to replay a section several times to get it right, but that's part of the appeal. It's tough, but when you finally succeed, it's incredibly satisfying. Overall, Sifu is a game that really makes you feel like a martial arts master. It's got a unique style, engaging combat, and a story that keeps you hooked. If you're up for a challenge and love games that test your skills, you won't regret diving into this one. It's a fight worth taking. Robocop Rogue City. Alright, let's dive into Robocop Rogue City. Imagine stepping into the metallic shoes of Robocop, the iconic cyborg law enforcer from the 80s. This game is all about bringing that nostalgic, gritty, futuristic Detroit to life, and it does it pretty well. First off, the game nails the atmosphere. You feel like you're in a dystopian future with all the neon lights, shady alleyways, and high-tech gadgets. The graphics are solid, capturing the essence of the original movies while giving it a modern twist. The city feels alive, and it's filled with all sorts of characters and criminals that make your job as Robocop quite exciting. The combat is where the game shines. As Robocop, you're practically a walking tank. You've got all these cool weapons and abilities at your disposal. Whether you're blasting enemies with your trusty Auto 9 or using your built-in tech to scan for threats, every encounter feels intense and action-packed. The slow-motion targeting system is a blast, making you feel like a true cyborg superhero as you take down bad guys with precision. What's really cool is how the game incorporates investigation elements. You're not just shooting your way through the city, you're also solving crimes and uncovering conspiracies. It's a nice change of pace that adds depth to the gameplay. You get to use Robocop's advanced tech to analyze crime scenes, hack into systems, and piece together clues.
Somebody dumped her a few feet from here. The blood traces on the ground indicate she was dragged. Nasty wound. Looks like she was hit with a blunt object.
The story is pretty engaging too. It's a new tale set in the Robocop universe, and it's filled with twists and turns that keep you hooked. You meet familiar faces and new characters, all while trying to clean up the streets of Detroit. The dialogue is well written and captures that gritty, no-nonsense vibe that fans of Robocop love. Overall, Robocop Rogue City is a blast. It's got that perfect mix of action, strategy, and nostalgia. If you're a fan of the original Robocop movies or just love a good action game with a bit of depth, you won't regret picking this one up. It's a great way to step into the world of Robocop and take on the bad guys in style. Remnant 2. Alright, let's talk about Remnant 2. If you love games where you get to explore mysterious worlds and fight off all sorts of monstrous creatures, then this game is right up your alley. It's a sequel that takes everything great from the first game and cranks it up a notch. First off, the setting is fantastic. You're thrown into these beautifully crafted worlds that are both eerie and cool. Each location is packed with details from creepy forests to crumbling cities. The combat in Remnant 2 is seriously addictive. It's all about strategy and skill, mixing ranged and melee attacks. You have a variety of weapons and abilities to choose from, so you can play around with different styles and find what suits you best. The enemies are challenging and diverse, so you never feel like you're just doing the same thing over and over. Plus, the boss fights are epic. Each one is unique and requires you to really think about your tactics. One of the coolest things about this game is the co-op mode. You can team up with friends, and it's a blast to take down tough enemies together. It really adds a layer of fun and makes the whole experience feel more dynamic. There's something special about coordinating with your buddies to beat a tough boss. The story is intriguing too. It's got this deep lore that you gradually uncover as you progress. You meet interesting characters, each with their own backstories and motives. It's one of those games where you get sucked into the world and want to learn more about what's going on. Overall, Remnant 2 is a game that's hard to put down. It's got amazing visuals, exciting combat, and a world that you'll want to explore from top to bottom. If you're looking for a game that offers a great mix of action and adventure with a bit of a challenge, you won't regret picking this one up. Trust me, it's a wild ride from start to finish.
Trevor Hills, 28, senior account manager at INAC, although I'm not sure about that anymore.
American Arcadia. Alright, let's chat about American Arcadia. Imagine a world where you're living in a 1970s retro-futuristic utopia, but there's a catch: it's all being broadcasted as a reality TV show, and you don't even know it. Sounds wild, right? The game's setting is one of its best features. The whole retro-futuristic vibe is super cool with bright colors, funky designs, and this eerie feeling of being watched. It's like stepping into a sci-fi movie from the 70s. The graphics are really charming and capture that era perfectly, making you feel like you're part of a groovy yet unsettling world. The story is what really hooks you. You play as a character who starts to realize that their perfect life in Arcadia is a bit too perfect, and something fishy is going on. It's got a great mix of suspense and intrigue as you try to uncover the truth about this bizarre reality TV show setup.
I have to send all these ADA memos by myself now that Gus is gone.
The characters you meet along the way are memorable and add a lot of depth to the narrative. Gameplay-wise, American Arcadia combines exploration, puzzle solving, and stealth elements. You're sneaking around, trying to avoid the ever-watchful cameras, and uncovering secrets that the producers don't want you to find. The puzzles are clever and fun, making you think without being too frustrating. It's a nice balance that keeps the game engaging. One of the coolest aspects is how the game makes you feel like you're part of this twisted TV show. You get these moments where the producers try to throw obstacles your way, making it feel like they're actively trying to keep you from discovering the truth. It adds a layer of tension that keeps you on your toes. If there's one thing to keep in mind, it's that the game can sometimes feel a bit slow. It's more about the story and the atmosphere than fast-paced action. But if you're into games that make you think and have a unique narrative, this won't be a problem. Overall, American Arcadia is a fascinating game that blends a unique setting with an engaging story and fun gameplay. If you love games that offer something a bit different and keep you hooked with their mystery and charm, you won't regret diving into this one.
Wait, you jumped into a swimming pool from the 20th floor of a building?
Yes, and while I think it's pretty obvious, I'm not exactly a daredevil.
My name is Zoe Walker. Not so long ago, I wanted to be a
as Dusk Falls. This game is like diving into a very interesting visual novel-style interactive drama where every choice you make can change the course of the story. It's one of those games that really pulls you in with its narrative and keeps you hooked from start to finish. First off, the story is absolutely amazing. You're following two families over the course of several decades, and their lives get intertwined in the most unexpected ways. It's filled with intense moments, big decisions, and lots of drama. The game does a fantastic job of making you care about the characters and their struggles. Each choice feels significant, and you're constantly wondering what might happen next. The art style is pretty unique too. It's got this cool graphic novel look with hand-painted visuals that make it feel like you're playing through a comic book. It's different from anything I've seen before and adds a lot of charm to the game. Gameplay-wise, as Dusk Falls is all about making choices and seeing how they affect the story. It's not about fast-paced action or complex puzzles, it's about the narrative and the decisions you make. There are moments where you have to react quickly, and others where you have to think about what's best for the characters. It's a game that really makes you feel involved in the story. One of the best parts is how the game handles multiple perspectives. You get to see the story from different characters' viewpoints, which adds a lot of depth and makes you understand their motivations better. It's a bit like watching a TV show where you're in control of what happens next. Now, here's the thing. When I first started this game, I was like, what the hell are these graphics? Like, the game was made in 1998 itself, by the way, the story takes place in 1998. But as I went, I personally actually really got into it. It's like a book in a sense that when there is no visual overload, your brain compensates and completes the picture and the action in your head. I found this style very unusual, but somehow I really loved it. Another thing that I loved about this story compared to similar Choices Matters games is that the choices are fair. There were no situations where I could blame the game for wording the choice in a misleading way. Overall, as Dusk Falls is a must-play for anyone who loves a good story-driven game, it's got an engaging plot, unique visuals, and choices that really matter. If you're looking for a game that's more about the narrative and less about action, you won't regret picking this one up. It's like experiencing an interactive drama where every decision counts.
Sorry to lock you up like this.
Indika. Indika is a Russian game where you play as a nun that talks to the devil, and her name is shockingly Indika. Indika is also a very political game per director's own words. It's commentary on the Eastern Orthodox Church and political situation in Russia, how the Orthodox Church takes advantage of people to further agenda of the powers that be the earthly, not the heavenly. There is no specific genre or neat box you can put Indika into. It tries a lot of different things. It's mostly third-person perspective game where you have to solve various puzzles to progress, but it is also a 2D platformer and a 2D racing game, and some other genres.
For the sake of the prayers of all the... Stesha, do you have something prepared for Smaragda?
While this game doesn't necessarily stand out in any specific way in any of those, it stands out in how it combines all of those creatively to deliver a very humane, but also tragicomic story. While a lot of commentary on religion feels like something you have seen before, if you ever showed any interest or discussed atheism, it's put well into writing that feels very energetic and flows well. The story is best experienced by yourself and by going in as blind as possible. It doesn't overstay its welcome, clocking around 4 hours for me. Understandably, the ham-fisted messaging might not resonate with everyone, but it's worth experiencing. Visually, the game is beautiful and nigh photorealistic in many cases. Game uses that photorealism very well with its bizarre art direction, where you have lifelike looking bizarre architecture, machines, and monstrosities. It's a very fun contrast that helps set the sombre, but also tongue-in-cheek mood and atmosphere. Orally, it's also very well done. The music complements the game well, though there isn't much that stands out by itself. Voice acting performances are well acted both in English and Russian. Together with immersive sound effects, they really manage to sell you on atmosphere of a place, no matter how bizarre it may look. That crunch when walking on snow is really damn good. While definitely ambitious, it's clear the game was made by a small team. Modern technologies such as Unreal Engine 5 help them punch way above their weight, but the smaller team and budget is still visible in the occasional jank. And since the game looks so photorealistic, it can be sometimes difficult to tell what to interact with. This leads some puzzles not feeling very intuitive, but nothing that should put you off the game. Overall, I really liked Indika, and I liked it because it was a huge swing to try to express something and try something new. It definitely wasn't a miss, and I am not sure entirely how far the ball flew in the end, but the swing itself was beautiful.
Be interested in the lives of the saints.
Someone here is more than eager to welcome us.
Alright, let's talk about Soulstice, a game that totally deserves more love. If you're into dark fantasy worlds and some seriously cool combat, this one's a hidden gem you gotta check out. In Soulstice, you play as two sisters, Briar and Lute. These two have been turned into a chimera, which is like this badass dual-being warrior. The story is all about their bond and dealing with some heavy stuff like sacrifice and duty. It's got a lot of heart, and you really get into their journey. Now, the gameplay, it's a blast. You've got Briar for the up-close and personal melee combat, and Loot, who's got these awesome ethereal powers to back her up. Switching between their abilities during fights is super satisfying. You get this great mix of hack and slash action with some strategy thrown in. It's all about timing and working together, and when you nail it, it feels epic. The visuals in Soulstice are pretty sweet. Think dark and gothic vibes with some seriously detailed environments. Every scene looks like it's straight out of a fantasy novel. The character designs are on point, too unique and full of personality. One of the best things about Soulstice is how much passion clearly went into making it. It doesn't need a massive budget to be awesome. The combat is fluid, the story is engaging, and the whole game looks amazing. It's one of those games that just gets everything right. So if you're looking for an overlooked gem that's all about cool combat and a great story, give Soulstice a shot. It's got that perfect mix of action and heart, and it's a journey you won't forget. Dive in, master those dual abilities, and enjoy every minute of this dark fantasy adventure. Trust me, you're gonna love it. Pentiment. Alright, let's dive into Pentiment. A game that's a real treat for anyone who loves narrative-driven experiences and rich, historical settings. If you're into story-focused games with unique art styles, this one's a hidden gem. You play as Andreas Mahler, a journeyman artist in 16th century Bavaria. The game revolves around a series of mysterious events and murders in the small town of Tassing and the nearby Kiersau Abbey. It's up to you to uncover the truth behind these mysteries, making decisions that impact the community and its future. It's like reading a beautiful visual novel with a very linear story, which might be off-putting for some people. Pentiment starts up very promising, quite an interesting world and characters to interact, and it gets quite tense with the murder investigations. There's so many interesting clues and evidences to gather, making you feel like a Sherlock Holmes in 16th century accompanied by amazing art style and lots of historical and literary references. Pentiment is like the folklore game I've always wanted to play. It's the medieval-ish Renaissance game I've always wanted to play. It's the murder mystery game I've always wanted to play. It scratches so many aesthetic itches that it's hard to know where to begin the praise, but I think I'll start with the deep appreciation of folklore that this game embodies. The game is really well researched, cited, and able to be referenced immediately in an illustrated glossary, fun to interact with through an easy-to-use UI, and versatile in its artistic rendering. In fact, everything you learn about this game is backed up by research that is readily available. Pentiment wants players to know that reading is not only essential to their success in the game, but also, as emphasized by its diverse cast of characters in different classes, an incredible privilege to be able to accomplish at one's leisure. The characters are beautifully fleshed out, believable, and diverse in their representations of early modern classes in class warfare. I loved every single one of them and fostered connections with them more than I have compared to other games. The time you spend with people is imperative for not only peace of mind and communal relations, but also communication and cultural knowledge. It's great that something like this can represent that in a video game. Now, the game is essentially a medieval murder mystery, but it's much more than that. The narrative is deep and multi-layered, exploring themes of faith, power, and the passage of time. Your choices matter a lot, shaping the story in significant ways. It's all about the dialogue and the relationships you build with the townsfolk. The art style is one of a kind. The game looks like a living manuscript, with visuals inspired by illuminated manuscripts in early print. It's colorful, detailed, and utterly charming. This unique style sets the mood perfectly and pulls you into the world of 16th century Europe. Gameplay-wise, Pentiment is all about exploration and conversation. There's no combat or fast-paced action here, just a lot of intriguing dialogue and detective work. You'll spend your time talking to characters, gathering clues, and making decisions that drive the story forward. It's a game that rewards patience and attention to detail. The historical accuracy and attention to detail are impressive. The game does a fantastic job of bringing the period to life, from the social dynamics to the daily routines of the characters. It feels like stepping into a different time, and you can tell a lot of love and research went into creating this world. So if you're looking for an overlooked double A game that offers a unique narrative-rich experience, Pentiment is definitely worth checking out. It's a beautifully crafted game that immerses you in its historical setting and keeps you hooked with its compelling story and characters. Bramble the Mountain King.
She was never scared like...
Alright, let's talk about Bramble the Mountain King, a game that's a true hidden gem for anyone who loves atmospheric adventures with a touch of folklore. If you're into games that blend beautiful visuals with a dark fairy tale story, this one's for you. In Bramble the Mountain King, you embark on a journey through a magical world inspired by Nordic folklore. You play as a young boy trying to save his sister from the clutches of the terrifying Mountain King. The story is enchanting and eerie, filled with mythical creatures and dark legends that pull you in from the start. The game's visuals are absolutely stunning. Bramble is like stepping into a beautifully illustrated storybook with lush forests, sparkling rivers, and ominous caves. The art style perfectly captures the magic and danger of the world, making every scene a feast for the eyes. The attention to detail in the environments and character designs is truly impressive. Gameplay-wise, Bramble combines exploration, puzzle solving, and platforming. The puzzles are clever and fit seamlessly into the world, challenging you to think creatively as you navigate through various obstacles. The platforming elements are smooth and enjoyable, adding a layer of excitement to the exploration. It's not just about the challenge, though, it's about immersing yourself in this rich, atmospheric world. Bramble the Mountain King is not just about its stunning visuals and engaging gameplay, it's also about the emotional journey. The bond between the siblings and the perilous adventure they undertake adds depth to the story, making it resonate on a personal level. It's a game that combines heart with mystery, keeping you invested in the outcome. One of the best things about Bramble is how it brings folklore to life. The mythical creatures you encounter are both fascinating and frightening, each with its own story and place in the world. It's a game that respects its source material and uses it to create something truly unique and captivating. If you're looking for an overlooked gem that offers a beautiful, haunting adventure, Bramble the Mountain King is definitely worth checking out. It's a game that blends gorgeous visuals, engaging puzzles, and a touching story to create an experience that stays with you long after you've finished. Vampyr.
Punishment. A righteous snare to keep mankind from us.
Alright, let's talk about Vampyr. A game that's all about dark choices, gritty atmosphere, and a deeply engaging story. If you're into gothic settings and moral dilemmas, this game should definitely be on your radar. In Vampyr, you step into the shoes of Dr. Jonathan Reed, a doctor who's been turned into a vampire. Set in post-World War I London during the Spanish flu pandemic, the game oozes atmosphere and has a setting that's both haunting and beautiful. The story follows Jonathan as he struggles with his new vampiric nature while trying to save the city from the deadly outbreak. One of the coolest things about Vampyr is its focus on choices and consequences. As a doctor and a vampire, you're constantly torn between your Hippocratic oath and your thirst for blood. Every decision you make affects the game world and the people around you. Do you feed on a citizen to gain strength, or do you resist and try to help them? These choices shape the narrative and can lead to multiple endings, adding a ton of replayability.
Get out of here!
The combat is pretty intense, mixing melee and ranged attacks with vampiric powers. You'll have to manage your blood supply carefully, using it to heal or unleash powerful abilities. It's a nice balance of action and strategy, and the difficulty can be quite challenging if you choose to abstain from feeding on innocent people.
The strength I never knew I had. This shouldn't be possible.
He's dead!
Visually, Vampyr is fantastic. The game's depiction of 1918 London is dark, atmospheric, and full of detail. The environments are meticulously crafted, from the foggy streets to the eerie, abandoned buildings. The character models and animations are also well done, making the interactions feel genuine and immersive. The story is a major highlight. It's rich with lore and filled with interesting characters, each with their own backstories and secrets. As you explore the city, you'll uncover various subplots and mysteries that deepen the overall narrative. The dialogue is well written, and the voice acting adds a lot of depth to the characters, especially Jonathan Reed. Vampyr might not have the massive budget of a AAA game, but it more than makes up for it with its ambition and heart. The focus on moral choices and the impact of your decisions make it stand out in the action RPG genre. If you're looking for an overlooked gem that combines a compelling story with intense gameplay and a rich, atmospheric world, Vampyr is definitely worth checking out.
So thirsty.
Ghostwire Tokyo. Alright, let's talk about Ghostwire Tokyo, a game that blends supernatural action with a hauntingly beautiful version of Tokyo. If you're into creepy atmospheres, supernatural powers, and exploring a city like never before, this game is a must-play. In Ghostwire Tokyo, you find yourself in a Tokyo where almost everyone has mysteriously vanished, leaving the city eerily empty and filled with supernatural beings. You play as Akido, a young man possessed by a spirit detective named KK, who grants him mystical powers. Together, they need to uncover the mystery behind the disappearances and deal with the otherworldly threats that have taken over the city. What makes Ghostwire Tokyo stand out is its unique combat system. Instead of traditional weapons, you use a combination of elemental magic and spiritual abilities. You can shoot fireballs, summon wind blasts, and even use water to defeat your enemies. The combat feels fluid and dynamic, and it's super satisfying to use these powers against the creepy spirits haunting the city. The game's version of Tokyo is absolutely stunning. The developers have created a detailed, atmospheric rendition of the city, blending real-world locations with supernatural elements. The neon lights, dark alleys, and empty streets create an eerie yet captivating environment. Exploring Tokyo is a thrill in itself, with lots of hidden secrets, collectibles, and side missions that add depth to the game. The story in Ghostwire Tokyo is intriguing and filled with Japanese folklore and mythology. As you progress, you'll encounter various yokai spirits and learn about their backgrounds and motivations. The narrative does a great job of mixing horror and action, keeping you engaged with its mysterious and often creepy plot twists. Visually, the game is a treat. The graphics are top-notch with impressive lighting effects and detailed environments that make the supernatural version of Tokyo feel alive. The character and enemy designs are also well done, adding to the overall atmosphere of the game. Ghostwire Tokyo is a game that offers a lot of content. The main quest is engaging, but there are also plenty of side activities and optional missions that flesh out the world and provide more challenges. It's a game that encourages exploration and rewards you for taking the time to uncover all its secrets. If you're looking for an overlooked gem that combines supernatural action, an atmospheric setting, and an intriguing story, Ghostwire Tokyo is definitely worth checking out. Control. So, let me tell you about Control. This game is like diving headfirst into a trippy sci-fi mystery, and it's a wild ride from start to finish. You play as Jessie Faden, who's searching for her missing brother. Her journey leads her to the Federal Bureau of Control, a super secret government agency dealing with all things paranormal. The moment you step into the FBC's headquarters, the oldest house, you know you're in for something special. The place is a shifting, surreal building that's just as much a character as anyone else in the game. One thing that really grabbed me about Control is the atmosphere. The visuals are stunning with a unique, brutalist architecture that's both eerie and mesmerizing. The way the environment transforms around you is mind-bending and keeps you on your toes. The graphics are top-notch, and the use of lighting and shadows adds to the creepy, otherworldly feel. The gameplay is where Control really shines. Jesse has these crazy telekinetic powers that make combat a blast. You can hurl objects at enemies, create shields from debris, and even take control of enemy mines. It's super satisfying to use these powers in creative ways, and the combat never gets old. Plus the service weapon, which can change forms, adds another layer of depth to the action. The story is mysterious and intriguing. It's full of bizarre occurrences and mind-bending twists that keep you hooked. There are tons of documents and recordings scattered throughout the oldest house that flesh out the lore, and I found myself going out of my way to find every bit of information. It's like a giant interactive puzzle that you piece together as you play. One night I remember playing Control with the lights off, headphones on, completely immersed in the experience. The sound design is incredible, with ambient noises and unsettling soundscapes that pull you deeper into the game's world.
It happened in the last drop. I'd really need an assist.
The voice acting is also top-notch, especially from Jesse's actress, who does a fantastic job bringing her character to life.
Only Ahti here seems to see that.
Yeah, hi, Ahti. Look, we need to get the lockdown.
Another thing I loved is how the game balances exploration and action. The oldest house is filled with secrets, and it rewards you for poking around and investigating every nook and cranny. The Metroidvania-style progression, where you unlock new abilities that let you access previously unreachable areas, keeps you engaged in constantly discovering new things. Control is a perfect game for when you want to break from massive open worlds and crave something more focused and narrative-driven. It's weird, it's wonderful, and it's a game that keeps you thinking long after you finish playing. So, if you're in the mood for a game that offers a unique blend of mind-bending story, satisfying combat, and a hauntingly beautiful world, give Control a try. It's an experience you won't soon forget.
Under the right conditions to other planes of existence as well.
Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Alright, let's dive into Jedi Survivor, a game that's perfect if you're tired of massive open worlds and want something more focused and action-packed. In Jedi Survivor, you play as Cal Kestis, one of the last Jedi who's on the run from the Empire. The story picks up after the events of Jedi Fallen Order. It's got a mix of intense lightsaber combat, exploration, and a gripping narrative that keeps you hooked. What really stands out in Jedi Survivor is the combat. It's all about lightsaber battles and using the Force. The combat feels tight and satisfying, whether you're blocking blaster shots or taking down stormtroopers. Plus, you can upgrade your skills, which makes the fights even more exciting. Visually, the game is stunning. The environments are detailed and varied, from lush forests to ancient ruins. The graphics really pull you into the Star Wars universe, making everything feel epic and grand. One thing I loved about Jedi Survivor is how it balances action with exploration. You get to climb, jump, and use the Force to solve puzzles. It's not just about fighting, it's also about discovering secrets and finding your way through challenging terrain. The story is engaging, with well-developed characters and plenty of twists. You really feel for Cal as he struggles to survive and fight back against the Empire. The voice acting is top-notch, adding depth to the characters and making the story even more immersive.
What took you so long?
Oh, you know, just hanging out, taking in the sights. Been a while since I was on Coruscant.
If you're looking for a game that offers a mix of intense action and intriguing exploration, Jedi Survivor is a fantastic choice. It's a focused, story-driven experience that pulls you into the Star Wars universe and keeps you entertained from start to finish. Grab your lightsaber and get ready for an adventure you won't forget. Until Dawn. Alright, let's talk about Until Dawn, a game that's perfect for a thrilling, story-driven experience, especially if you're tired of massive open worlds.
Beauties is not the word that comes to mind. Why is this even here?
What do you mean?
In Until Dawn, you control a group of friends who've gone to a remote mountain lodge for a getaway. Things quickly turn dark and creepy when they realize they're not alone. The story unfolds over one terrifying night, filled with suspense, horror, and plenty of surprises.
Down, okay? Just, we need to find out more.
I'm sorry, I am so sorry.
What do they mean?
What's awesome about Until Dawn is that it's like playing through a horror movie. The game is all about making choices that affect the story and the fate of the characters. Every decision you make can lead to different outcomes, so you need to think carefully. It's super engaging because you're always on edge, wondering if you made the right call.
B? The library. Maybe there's something in the library here?
P-R-O-O?
Proof. There's proof.
In the library?
One of the things I loved about Until Dawn is the cast. The characters are brought to life by some great acting, and you'll recognize a few familiar faces. The interactions between the characters feel real, and you get to know their personalities as the story progresses. It makes the stakes feel even higher because you actually care about what happens to them.
Yeah, alright. Wanna go do that?
Any place without that whore.
The gameplay is mostly about exploration and making decisions, but there are also quick-time events and puzzles that keep things interesting. The way the game switches between different characters and perspectives adds to the tension and keeps you guessing.
Nice one.
It's a game that's fun to play alone or with others, as you can discuss and debate the choices you make. It's perfect for a spooky game night.
Actually pretty simple.
Until Dawn is a great game to play if you're looking for a shorter, intense experience. It's about 8 to 10 hours long, which is perfect for a weekend or a few evenings. The replay value is high too because you'll want to go back and see how different choices affect the story. If you're looking for a game that offers a gripping, horror-filled adventure with plenty of twists and turns, Until Dawn is a must-play. It's a refreshing break from open-world games, providing a focused and thrilling experience that keeps you hooked from start to finish. Turn off the lights, get comfortable, and prepare for a terrifyingly good time. Death Loop. Okay, let's talk about Deathloop. A game that's perfect when you're tired of massive open worlds and want something fresh and exciting. In Deathloop, you play as Colt, a guy stuck in a time loop on a mysterious island called Black Reef. Every day, you wake up to the same day, and your goal is to break the loop by taking out 8 targets before the day resets.
I'm supposed to do this every day for the rest of my life?
It sounds simple, but trust me, it's a wild ride. What really grabbed me about Deathloop is how it combines elements of a shooter with a puzzle game. You're not just running and gunning, you're also figuring out the best way to take down your targets and escape the loop. Each loop teaches you something new, and it's super satisfying to piece together the perfect plan. The gameplay is tight and fun. The shooting feels great, and you have a bunch of cool powers, like teleporting short distances or turning invisible. Mixing and matching these abilities makes each run feel different, and there's always a new strategy to try out. Visually, Black Reef has this retro futuristic vibe that's really unique, with colorful, stylish environments that are a joy to explore. The art direction is top-notch, and it's one of those games where you'll often stop just to take in the scenery. One thing I loved is the cat and mouse dynamic between Colt and Juliana, another assassin who's hunting you down. Sometimes Juliana is controlled by another player, which adds a whole new level of unpredictability and excitement. Those encounters are always intense and keep you on your toes. The story is intriguing and full of twists. As you learn more about the island and its inhabitants, you get drawn into the mystery of why you're stuck in this loop. The characters are well written and have a lot of personality, especially Colt, who's a great mix of badass and sarcastic.
More Colts in here if we're gonna wreck this island in a cold storm.
No, listen, I can't stay. How?
I remember spending hours just experimenting with different approaches. One time I spent a whole evening just figuring out how to get 2 targets in the same place at the same time. When I finally pulled it off, it felt amazing. That's what Deathloop does so well, it makes every success feel earned. If you're looking for a game that's different from the usual open world fare, Deathloop is a great choice. It's clever, stylish, and a ton of fun to play. Give it a shot and enjoy figuring out the best way to break the loop. You won't regret it. Uncharted 4: A Thief's End.
Sam!
Alright, let's talk about Uncharted 4. A game that's perfect for when you want a thrilling adventure without getting lost in a massive open world. In Uncharted 4, you play as Nathan Drake, a retired treasure hunter who gets pulled back into the adventure of a lifetime. The story kicks off when Nate's long-lost brother, Sam, shows up and convinces him to go after a legendary pirate treasure. What follows is an epic, globe-trotting journey filled with action, mystery, and some truly jaw-dropping moments.
Yeah, he did. After he read the letter.
One thing I absolutely love about Uncharted 4 is how it feels like playing through a blockbuster movie. The pacing is perfect, with a great mix of intense action sequences, clever puzzles, and quieter, character-driven moments. It's a roller coaster ride that keeps you hooked from start to finish. The visuals are stunning. Seriously, this game looks amazing. From lush jungles and ancient ruins to bustling cities and snowy mountains, every environment is beautifully crafted. The attention to detail is incredible, making each location feel vibrant and alive. The gameplay is super fun. You've got the classic Uncharted mix of climbing, shooting, and puzzle solving. The climbing mechanics are smooth and intuitive, and the combat feels tight and satisfying. There are also some great set-piece moments that will have you on the edge of your seat, like escaping from collapsing buildings or engaging in high-speed chases. What really stands out for me is the story and the characters. Nate, Sam, and the rest of the cast are all wonderfully written and acted. The dialogue feels natural and engaging, and the relationships between the characters add a lot of depth to the narrative. You get to see different sides of Nate, especially his struggles between his adventurous past and his desire for a more stable life.
Yeah, well, at least that's what the stories tell us.
I remember playing Uncharted 4 over a weekend, completely immersed in the adventure. There's something incredibly satisfying about finding hidden treasures, solving ancient puzzles, and uncovering the secrets of lost civilizations. The game does a fantastic job of making you feel like an explorer on the trail of a great mystery. If you're looking for a game that offers a thrilling, cinematic experience with a great story and engaging gameplay, Uncharted 4: A Thief's End is a must-play. It's a focused, action-packed adventure that takes you on an unforgettable journey without the overwhelming sprawl of an open world. So grab your controller, get ready for some treasure hunting, and enjoy the ride.
What's next for Samuel Drake?
Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium is one of those games that grabs you by the collar, looks you dead in the eyes, and says, "Are you ready for this?" It's like if a detective novel got hammered at a dive bar, had an existential crisis, and decided to reinvent itself. You're playing as a detective who wakes up in a trashed hotel room, hungover and clueless about, well, everything including who you are. And that's the first hint that this game isn't gonna hold your hand.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
What makes Disco Elysium so damn special is how it pulls you into its world. Rivako, the city where all this madness takes place, feels like it has a pulse. It's broken, tired, full of people who are just trying to get by, but man, it's alive.
A man in his late 20s stands behind.
The game doesn't shove you down a path that throws you in and says, figure it out, detective every conversation, every decision big or small matters. It feels like the city is watching you, waiting to see how you'll handle the mess. But here's the kicker, it's not just about solving a murder. Sure, there's a body hanging from a tree, and yeah, you're a detective, so it's kind of your job to figure out what happened, but the game isn't just about that. It's about who you are or who you want to be while you're doing it. Your skills aren't just stats, they're voices in your head, each with its own personality, constantly trying to influence your decisions. Do you want to be a hard-boiled cop? A sensitive artist type? A complete train wreck? The game says, go for it. It's like a fever dream crossed with a dark comedy, but with a heart that genuinely cares about what it's trying to say, and the choices, they're not just do this or that. They're complicated, morally gray, and they make you think, really think about what kind of person you're becoming in this messed up world.
The body was behind the building, right? How do we get there?
And let's talk about the art style. It's like a painting that's come to life, all muted colors, dripping in atmosphere, and filled with these haunting, surreal details that stick with you. The soundtrack too is perfect. It's moody, it's melancholic, and it fits the tone like a glove. If you're looking for a game that's gonna hold your attention, make you laugh, maybe even make you a little uncomfortable, but in a way that makes you want to dive even deeper, Disco Elysium isn't. It's a game that's unapologetically itself, that challenges the very idea of what a game can be. Forget about just ticking boxes or leveling up, this is about finding yourself, losing yourself, and maybe finding something new in the process.
Hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving.
Oh yeah, there's a hawk in the sky.
Atomic Heart. Atomic Heart feels like a fever dream set in an alternate Soviet Union where things have gone wildly off the rails. Picture this, you're in a dystopian 1950s USSR, and instead of the usual Cold War drama, you're dealing with rogue robots, mutant creatures, and all sorts of bizarre science experiments gone wrong. It's like someone took the classic Soviet era and threw it into a blender with a crazy sci-fi horror movie. From the get-go, Atomic Heart grabs you with its eerie atmosphere. The environment is richly detailed, from the creepy, abandoned research facilities to the overgrown, desolate landscapes. It's got this surreal, unsettling vibe that makes every corner feel like it's hiding something sinister. The visuals are pretty striking, with a mix of retro-futuristic design and grimy industrial decay. It's like wandering through an old Soviet dreamscape that's been twisted into something out of a nightmare. The combat is intense and varied. You've got a range of weapons and abilities at your disposal, and you'll need every bit of them to survive the onslaught of enemies. The melee combat is surprisingly satisfying, with a variety of weapons you can upgrade and customize. The shooting mechanics are solid too, with a range of firearms that feel weighty and impactful. The enemies you face are all sorts of weird and creepy, from robotic monstrosities to grotesque mutants, each requiring a different strategy to take down. The story is a mix of bizarre and intriguing. You play as a KGB officer investigating a research facility gone dark, and the deeper you get, the stranger things become. It's got that classic what the heck is going on vibe, with a narrative that unfolds through environmental storytelling and scattered notes. It's not a straightforward plot, but it's engaging in its own chaotic way. And the characters you meet along the way are as twisted as the world you're exploring, adding a layer of dark humor and unpredictability. One of the coolest things about Atomic Heart is how it blends survival horror with action and exploration. It's not just about shooting things, you're scavenging for resources, solving puzzles, and dealing with unexpected threats. The game keeps you on your toes with its constantly shifting tone and pacing. If you're into games that mix surreal environments with intense combat and a weird, twisted story, Atomic Heart is definitely worth checking out. It's got a unique vibe that's hard to put into words, and it delivers a fresh take on the first-person shooter genre with its eerie setting and unpredictable gameplay.
That was so surreal.
Life is Strange. Life is Strange is like diving into a gripping indie film where your choices really matter. You play as Max Caulfield, a high school student who discovers she can rewind time. Sounds pretty wild, right? But what's cool is that the game doesn't just use this power for flashy effects, it dives into some deep emotional storytelling. You start in this small, picturesque town called Arcadia Bay, which at first seems charming, but soon reveals it's got its share of mysteries. As Max, you're not just dealing with typical teen drama, you're also uncovering some pretty dark secrets about the town and its people. What makes Life is Strange stand out is its storytelling. The writing feels genuine, capturing the ups and downs of teenage life in a way that hits home.
Then the butterfly flew in, and I took a photo.
Max's time rewinding power isn't just a fun trick, it's a central part of how the story unfolds. You'll find yourself constantly thinking about how your choices impact the world and the characters around you.
No way!
Don't ever touch me again, freak!
Even small decisions can lead to surprising outcomes, which keeps you on your toes. The characters are another win for the game. They're relatable and well written with their own quirks and backstories. Max's best friend Chloe is a standout, and their dynamic feels real. It's like you're watching a drama unfold between friends who feel like they could be people you know. Visually, the game has this cool, artsy vibe that fits its story perfectly. It's not the most realistic graphics, but it has a unique style that adds to the dreamlike quality of the game. The soundtrack is also great, filled with indie tracks that really set the mood and enhance the emotional beats of the game. If you're into games that focus heavily on story and character development, Life is Strange is definitely worth your time. It's more than just a game about time travel, it's about the impact of your choices and the people you meet along the way. It's a beautiful, emotional experience that stays with you long after you've finished playing. Stray. Stray definitely deserves a recommendation. It's so much fun to explore the world from the viewpoint of a cat, and the developers took this concept and designed it to near perfection. Starting at the animations of your feline character, how you can interact with other cats, the inhabitants of this world and the world in general, and how everything is structured. You can feel that a lot of love and work was put into every little detail of the game to allow you to truly experience how it feels to explore the world as a cat. If you are on the lookout for a different kind of adventure, you should definitely give Stray a go. Stray is essentially a short adventure game in which the player needs to figure out things via puzzles and dialogue. Whilst this is fun and entertaining, I felt like the game was a bit too short for my liking. It took me around 6 hours to complete my first playthrough, and I spent a fair amount of time discovering hidden areas and exploring the beautifully crafted levels. I personally enjoyed the fact that I couldn't understand what the robots were saying without the help from B12, so sometimes I felt kind of alienated because I didn't understand the language but was guided by instincts and simple motions, which makes sense because I was controlling a cat, right? All zones are beautiful and low-key stunning in their own way. From the dangerous sewers to the wonderful small and bigger urban eras in which the dystopian cyberpunk style shines a lot. The story itself is quite simple, but the combination of the story, gameplay, and atmosphere was intriguing enough to keep me going. Also, the fact that this game feels pretty unique was something that kept me interested as well. One of the coolest things about Stray is that you can do things a cat would do as well: push objects to the ground, jump to places you shouldn't usually jump to, make robots fall because you walk between their legs and meow whenever you like. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Final Fantasy VII Remake is nothing short of a masterpiece, a triumph in the gaming world that breathes new life into a beloved classic. As a lifelong Final Fantasy fan, the anticipation for this project was intense, and let me tell you, it has been worth every moment of waiting. The remake has touched on something close to perfection, delivering an experience that not only meets but often exceeds expectations. First off, the game does an incredible job of extending and deepening the original story. The gaps and plot holes from the old game have been filled with a wealth of new content and narrative depth. Some may gripe about changes from the original, but this remake is meant to attract both new players and longtime fans. It reconstructs and expands upon the original, making it relevant and exciting for a modern audience, while also honoring the classic elements that fans adore.
You're coming with us!
The graphics are nothing short of breathtaking. The level of detail in every aspect of the game is impressive, with characters looking polished and true to their original designs. The visual fidelity enhances the experience, making the world of Final Fantasy VII feel more alive and immersive than ever before. The battle system is a standout feature, offering a blend of strategy and real-time action that is both engaging and fun. You have complete control over your moves, with the ability to pause and strategize or switch characters seamlessly in the heat of battle.
Gonna throw your sword at him? Let the man with the gun go to work. These tin cans!
This flexibility allows for a range of tactical approaches, making each encounter unique and dynamic. The materia system complements this by integrating smoothly with your arsenal, adding layers of customization and depth. The story itself is epic, revisiting the old events with a fresh perspective while introducing new elements that enrich the narrative. This remake not only honors the legacy of the original, but also sets new standards for the JRPG genre. It is a game that offers more than just entertainment, it provides an experience filled with lessons, values, and emotions. In summary, Final Fantasy VII Remake is a phenomenal achievement that will leave a lasting mark on the gaming industry. It revives a classic with remarkable skill and passion, creating a game that is both a nostalgic tribute and a groundbreaking modern experience. If you've been on the fence about picking it up, I can't recommend it enough. It's not just a game, it's an adventure that you'll remember for years to come.
Let's do this.
Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 takes everything that made the original game a cult classic and ramps it up to the next level. If you're into psychological horror with a deep, twisted narrative, this one's definitely worth your time. Picking up where the first game left off, you once again step into the shoes of Alan Wake, the troubled writer who's been trapped in a nightmarish alternate dimension. The game builds on the eerie atmosphere of the first one, but it takes the fear factor even further. The setting is dark, unsettling, and packed with mystery, perfect for fans of horror who love a good, creepy story. The story is a big draw here. It's not just about jump scares or creepy monsters, it's about unraveling a complex narrative that mixes elements of thriller and supernatural horror. You're piecing together clues, encountering bizarre characters, and slowly uncovering the truth about what's really going on. The writing is sharp and keeps you hooked, with plenty of twists and turns to keep you guessing. Gameplay-wise, Alan Wake 2 combines survival horror with a bit of action. You'll be using light as a weapon, which is a cool mechanic that plays into the game's theme. The flashlight, flares, and other light sources are crucial for warding off the darkness and keeping enemies at bay. The combat can get intense, and managing your resources adds an extra layer of strategy. The visuals are stunning. The game's dark, atmospheric setting is brought to life with incredible detail, making the world feel both immersive and foreboding. The lighting effects especially play a huge role in creating that creepy, unsettling vibe. It's the kind of game where every shadow could be hiding something and the tension never really lets up. If you're a fan of the first game or just love a good horror story, Alan Wake 2 is a must-play. It's got the right mix of eerie atmosphere, engaging storytelling, and unique gameplay mechanics that make it stand out. Whether you're a returning fan or new to the series, this game is definitely worth diving into. Black Myth Wukong. Alright, let's dive into Black Myth Wukong. This game has been making waves, and honestly it's easy to see why. It's inspired by the classic Chinese novel Journey to the West, but with a fresh, visually stunning twist that'll blow your mind. So, right off the bat, The visuals are absolutely jaw-dropping. We're talking about a game that looks like it's straight out of a high-budget fantasy film. The landscapes are rich and detailed, and the character designs are just incredible. The developers have really gone all out to bring this mythical world to life, and it shows in every frame. The game puts you in the shoes of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, and man, does it make you feel powerful. You've got a ton of abilities at your disposal, from shape-shifting to wielding a massive staff, and the combat is a blast. It's got this great mix of fast-paced action and strategic depth. You can take on enemies with flashy moves or strategize to exploit their weaknesses. Either way, it's a lot of fun. One of the coolest things about the game is how it blends mythology with gameplay. You're not just playing through a generic action RPG, you're diving into a world full of legendary creatures and epic battles. And the story pulls from rich lore, and you get to experience it all through the eyes of one of the most iconic figures in Chinese folklore. The exploration is pretty engaging too. The game's world is expansive and there's a lot to discover. From hidden secrets to challenging enemies, you're constantly finding new things that keep the gameplay fresh. It's got that open world charm, but with a tight focus on story and character. If you're into action RPGs and have even a passing interest in mythology, Black Myth Wukong is definitely worth checking out. It's got the epic scale, stunning visuals, and engaging combat that make it stand out from the crowd. Whether you're a fan of the Monkey King legend or just looking for a new adventure, this game has got you covered. Spider-Man 2. Alright, let's dive into Spider-Man 2. If you loved the first game, buckle up, because this one is like swinging into a whole new level of awesome. So first off, the visuals. Oh boy, the game looks incredible. New York City is even more alive and bustling, and the attention to detail is wild. You'll find yourself stopping mid-swing just to take in the cityscape seriously. It's that pretty.
I freaking hate you!
This time around, you've got Peter Parker and Miles Morales tag teaming their way through a story that's packed with all sorts of superhero drama. The plot thickens with some pretty epic stakes, and it's really cool to see the two Spider-Men bouncing off each other. Their chemistry is spot on, and their interactions make the story feel personal and engaging. Plus, the new villains are a blast to face off against, and they've got some serious flair. The gameplay is where things really shine. The swinging mechanics are still as exhilarating as ever, but now there's even more fluidity and control. You'll find yourself zipping around the city with ease, and the combat has been fine-tuned to make every fight feel dynamic and intense. New gadgets and abilities make for some creative ways to take down bad guys, and the combo system feels slick. It's like the combat has been supercharged with more variety and flair. One of the standout features is the dual Spider-Man dynamic. You'll switch between Peter and Miles for different missions, and it's a real treat to see their unique powers in action. Each one brings something different to the table, and it keeps the gameplay fresh and exciting. The story missions are varied and engaging, but it's the side content that really makes this game sing. From quirky little tasks to larger, more involved side quests, there's plenty to keep you busy. The side characters get some nice development too, making the world feel more rich and lived in. So if you're a fan of superhero games or just looking for something that'll let you live out your web-slinging fantasies, Spider-Man 2 is a must-play. It's got the looks, the feels, and the gameplay to back it all up. Just make sure you're ready to get lost and swing around New York for hours, because once you start, you won't want to stop.
You're all set, and I hope the worst is over now. You're amazing, Spider-Man.
Horizon Forbidden West. So, Horizon Forbidden West, if you enjoyed Horizon Zero Dawn, get ready, because this sequel is like taking everything you loved and cranking it up to 11. First off, let's talk about the visuals. The game is absolutely gorgeous. Aloy's journey through the Forbidden West is a feast for the eyes. From sweeping desert vistas to dense, bioluminescent forests, each environment is meticulously crafted. You can spend hours just exploring and soaking in the scenery. It's the kind of game where you'll often find yourself stopping to take screenshots because it's just that stunning. The story picks up where the first game left off, and it dives even deeper into the lore of this post-apocalyptic world. Aloy's back on her quest, this time facing new threats and uncovering more about the mysterious signal that's disrupting the world. The narrative is rich and layered, with new characters that add depth to the story. There's a lot to unpack here, with some intriguing plot twists and character developments that keep you hooked. Gameplay-wise, the sequel builds on the solid foundation of the first game. Combat is still a blast, with a wide range of weapons and gadgets at your disposal. The machines you fight are more varied and challenging, requiring you to use different tactics and strategies. The addition of new weapons and skills makes combat feel fresh and dynamic, and there's a real satisfaction in figuring out the best way to take down a Thunderjaw or deal with a tricky new enemy. Exploration is where the game really shines. The open world is massive and packed with activities. From side quests to collectibles, there's always something to do. The climbing mechanics have been improved, making it easier to scale cliffs and reach new areas. And the addition of new traversal tools like the glider really opens up the world, making exploration feel more fluid and exciting. The only downside, sometimes the pacing can lag, especially with the sheer amount of content and side quests. It can feel a bit overwhelming, and there are moments where the main story takes a backseat to the numerous distractions. But if you're a fan of open world games and don't mind getting lost in a rich, detailed world, this is just part of the experience. In a nutshell, Horizon Forbidden West is a fantastic sequel that delivers on all fronts. It's bigger, better, and more beautiful than its predecessor. If you're a fan of epic adventures with a strong protagonist and a lush, immersive world, this one's definitely worth your time. Just be prepared to lose yourself in its sprawling landscapes and deep narrative. Deus EX Human Revolution. Deus EX Human Revolution is a masterclass in blending futuristic cyberpunk vibes with deep, choice-driven gameplay. Developed by Eidos Montreal, this 2011 gem feels like a throwback to classic RPGs, while also setting a new standard for how we think about player choice and narrative. The story is set in a visually stunning version of the near future, where human augmentation has become the norm. You play as Adam Jensen, a security chief who gets a major upgrade after a tragic accident. Now equipped with all sorts of cybernetic enhancements, Jensen is on a mission to uncover a global conspiracy that goes far deeper than he initially thought. The narrative tackles heavy themes like ethics and technology and the nature of humanity, and it does so with a lot of nuance and thoughtfulness. The atmosphere in Deus EX Human Revolution is one of its biggest strengths. The game's world is incredibly immersive, with its blend of sleek, futuristic architecture and gritty, neon-lit streets. It's like stepping into a cyberpunk graphic novel, complete with a soundtrack that perfectly complements the setting. Gameplay is where things get really interesting. Deus EX Human Revolution offers multiple ways to approach each mission. Whether you prefer to go in guns blazing, stealthily sneak past enemies, or use your augmentation abilities to bypass obstacles, the game supports your playstyle. It's all about choice, and the way you tackle challenges can lead to very different outcomes. This level of freedom means replaying the game to explore different strategies and outcomes is highly rewarding. The RPG elements are well done too. Jensen's augmentations aren't just cool eye candy, they genuinely affect gameplay. You can customize his abilities to suit your preferred style of play, whether that's improving hacking skills, enhancing combat prowess, or boosting stealth capabilities. The upgrade system is deep and satisfying, giving you plenty of options to tailor Jensen's abilities to your liking. One of the coolest aspects of Deus EX Human Revolution is its approach to storytelling. The game's dialogue and choices have a real impact on how the story unfolds, and there are multiple endings depending on the decisions you make. This adds a lot of replay value and makes each playthrough feel unique. Overall, Deus EX Human Revolution is a standout title that offers a compelling blend of narrative depth, immersive world building, and diverse gameplay options. It's a game that rewards thoughtful play and encourages players to engage with its rich, dystopian world. If you're into cyberpunk, philosophical questions, or just a well-crafted RPG, this is a must-play. Batman Arkham Asylum. Batman Arkham Asylum is a standout game that really nails what it means to embody the Dark Knight. Developed by Rocksteady Studios and released in 2009, it's one of those games that completely redefined superhero gaming and made us all wish we had a Batmobile parked in our garages. The premise is pretty straightforward. Joker's taken over Arkham Asylum and it's up to Batman to restore order, but it's the execution that makes this game truly special. The story is engaging and packed with all the right touches of Gotham's dark and gritty atmosphere. You're not just fighting bad guys, you're diving deep into a well-crafted narrative with plenty of twists and turns. The voice acting, led by Mark Hamill as the Joker and Kevin Conroy as Batman, is top-notch and adds so much personality to the characters. Gameplay-wise, Arkham Asylum excels in giving you that feeling of being Batman. The combat system is fluid and satisfying, blending punches, counters, and gadgets into a seamless experience. It's a rhythm you quickly get into where you're dodging and countering attacks while dishing out some seriously stylish moves. The game's free-flow combat system is still one of the best in action games, making each fight feel like a choreographed dance. Stealth is another highlight. The game allows you to take out enemies silently, which feels incredibly satisfying. You can use the environment to your advantage, swooping down from above or using gadgets to disorient your foes. It's not just about brute force, it's about strategy and making the most out of Batman's arsenal. The game's world is surprisingly dense for a location confined to an asylum. The environments are rich with detail, and there's a lot of hidden content to discover. The Riddler's challenges, while sometimes a bit of a head-scratcher, add an extra layer of depth and replayability. Plus, finding collectibles and solving puzzles helps you feel more connected to the lore of the Batman universe. Graphically, even for its time, the game holds up well. The dark, atmospheric visuals are perfect for a Batman story, and the character models and animations are top-notch. You really get a sense of the grim, foreboding environment that makes Arkham Asylum feel like its own character. Overall, Batman Arkham Asylum is a game that every Batman fan should experience. It combines a gripping story with tight gameplay and a richly detailed world. It's the kind of game that makes you feel like you're really stepping into the shoes of the Dark Knight, and it's still one of the best superhero games out there.
I didn't see you get on.
Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2. If you're a gamer, this one's likely been on your radar for a long time. Released in 2004, it's still often cited as one of the best first-person shooters ever made. And honestly, it's not hard to see why. Let's start with Gordon Freeman, the protagonist. He's a bit of a blank slate, but that's part of the charm. You, as the player, get to step into his lab coat and take on a world that's been turned upside down. The story kicks off with a bang, throwing you into a dystopian future where Earth's been overrun by alien invaders and oppressive forces. You're not just fighting aliens, you're up against a bleak, authoritarian regime that's got its claws deep in humanity. What really makes Half-Life 2 stand out is its atmosphere. From the eerie, desolate streets of City 17 to the dense, overgrown swamps, every environment feels meticulously crafted. The game's pacing is spot on, with a mix of intense action sequences and quieter, more atmospheric moments. It's a roller coaster, but it's not just about the thrills, it's about immersing you in a world that feels both expansive and alive. And, oh man, the gravity gun. This quirky little piece of tech lets you pick up and throw objects in creative ways, and it's a total game changer. It's not just a gimmick, it's integrated into puzzles and combat in ways that keep things fresh and exciting. You'll find yourself experimenting with it, tossing around barrels and using them to solve puzzles or fend off enemies. It's a blast. The enemy design is also worth mentioning. The Combine soldiers and their various monstrous allies are memorable and at times genuinely unsettling. The AI is smart enough to make fights challenging without being frustrating, and the game's overall design ensures that even if you're in the middle of an intense firefight, there's always something new to see or experience. Oh, and the narrative. Without spoiling too much, let's just say that Half-Life 2 as story is as engaging as it is mysterious. The game leaves you with plenty of questions and theories to chew on, and the ending. It's a classic cliffhanger that has kept fans speculating for years. In summary, Half-Life 2 is one of those games that holds up incredibly well even after all these years. Its combination of immersive storytelling, innovative gameplay mechanics, and atmospheric world building make it a must-play for anyone who hasn't yet experienced it. If you're diving into it for the first time or revisiting it, you're in for a memorable ride. Max Payne 3. Oh, Max Payne 3. If you've been around the block with gaming, you might remember this one from 2012. The third entry in the Max Payne series takes a bit of a departure from its predecessors, but man, does it deliver in style. So Max Payne is back, but this time he's a bit older, a bit rougher around the edges, and definitely more brooding. He's left New York behind and finds himself in Sao Paulo, Brazil, taking on a private security job. This isn't exactly a vacation, though things get ugly fast. The city is rife with corruption, and Max is thrown into the middle of a high-stakes kidnapping case that goes south quickly. The story is classic Max Payne, dark, gritty, and packed with twists. It's like diving into a hard-boiled detective novel where the main character is as messed up as the cases he's involved in. The writing is sharp, and the dialogue has that gritty noir charm that makes you feel like you're walking through the pages of a pulpy crime novel. The gameplay? Well, Max Payne 3 cranks it up to 11. The bullet time mechanic, where you slow down time to dodge bullets and take out enemies in style, is back and better than ever. The gunplay is as satisfying as you remember. There's something immensely satisfying about the way bullets hit their targets and the way you can use slow-mo to orchestrate your own action sequences. And then there's the setting. Sao Paulo is alive in this game, even if it's not exactly the most picturesque version. The gritty, neon-soaked streets, the crumbling buildings, and the bustling crowds create a backdrop that feels as much a character in the story as Max himself. The environments are detailed and you really get a sense of the city's atmosphere, both its vibrancy and its underlying menace. The visuals are top-notch with Rockstar's trademark attention to detail. The game is a looker with dynamic lighting and fluid animations that make every firefight feel intense and visceral. The sound design is equally impressive, with a soundtrack that pumps up the adrenaline and sound effects that make every shot feel impactful. But let's not forget the story's emotional weight. Max is a troubled soul, and his journey in this game explores themes of loss, redemption, and the cost of violence. It's not just about shooting bad guys, it's about a man grappling with his past and trying to find a semblance of peace amidst the chaos. In a nutshell, Max Payne 3 is a gritty, action-packed thrill ride with a story that sticks with you long after the credits roll. If you're into hard-hitting narratives and over-the-top action, this game is a must-play. Even years after its release, it stands out as a strong entry in the Max Payne series and a testament to Rockstar's ability to craft unforgettable experiences. The Last of Us Part 1. Alright, let me tell you about The Last of Us Part 1. This game, it's a ride. Seriously, it's not just a game, it's an experience. From the moment you jump into Joel and Ellie's world, you're in for an emotional roller coaster. So, you start with Joel, this tough-as-nails guy who's seen a lot of crap in this post-apocalyptic mess. He's kind of a grump with a soft spot for Ellie, a teenager who's had more than her fair share of heartbreak. Their relationship, it's one of the most real and raw things you'll see in games. You'll see Joel's tough exterior crack a bit as he bonds with Ellie, and Ellie's growth throughout the game is something special. The world they're surviving in is like a character in itself. It's beautifully bleak. You've got overgrown cities, eerie abandoned buildings, and just this general sense of what the heck happened here. I remember wandering through these environments and feeling like I was really there, exploring a world that was simultaneously breathtaking and terrifying. It's one of those games where you'll find yourself just standing still, soaking in the details because it feels so immersive. Now, the gameplay, it's intense. You can sneak around, use stealth to your advantage, or just go full-on action mode. Ammo is scarce, so it really makes you think about your approach. I love the tension it added. Every encounter felt meaningful. It's not just about fighting, it's about managing resources, making tough choices, and dealing with the consequences of your actions. And the story. Man, the story, it's heart-wrenching. The writing and voice acting are top tier. You'll connect with Joel and Ellie in a way that's rare in games. There were moments where I was genuinely emotional, and that doesn't happen often. The game doesn't shy away from showing the darker sides of humanity, but it also gives you these glimmers of hope that make the journey worth it. Graphically, it's pretty stunning, especially for its time. The characters' expressions and the detailed environments just pull you in deeper. You really feel like you're living through Joel and Ellie's struggles. If you haven't played The Last of Us Part 1, you're missing out on something special. It's a game that hits you hard, makes you think, and sticks with you long after you put down the controller. It's definitely one of those titles that's worth experiencing.
You're gonna pay for that!
The Walking Dead Telltale. I'll be honest, I never expected a game about zombies to hit me this hard emotionally. Like, sure, I knew The Walking Dead was going to be about survival and tough choices, but what I didn't see coming was just how gut-wrenching and personal those choices would feel. Telltale took this world of the undead, stripped away most of the horror you'd expect, and instead focused on something far more terrifying: what it means to protect someone in a world that's constantly falling apart. Playing as Lee, a man with a murky past, and watching this bond form between him and Clementine, a little girl he basically adopts, man, it just gets you. It's wild how this game forces you to grow attached to characters you know you can't keep safe. Every choice you make has weight, and not in that typical butterfly effect way games often promise. You genuinely feel like you're holding lives in your hands. One of the most memorable moments for me, it has to be the train scene. You're faced with this almost impossible decision, and no matter what you pick, it feels wrong. That's the brilliance of The Walking Dead. It's not about winning, it's about surviving, and sometimes survival means making choices that you're going to hate yourself for. But the real kicker, the thing that stuck with me even years after playing, is how the game plays with hope. There are these small glimmers of it, moments where you think maybe this is going to work out, only to have it ripped away in the most painful way possible. And yet you keep going. You push on because you care about these characters. Detroit Become Human.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Detroit Become Human is one of those games that just sticks with you long after the credits roll. It's not because of the flashy sci-fi setting or even the jaw-dropping visuals though. Trust me, those are incredible too. No, this game gets to you because it makes you think, like really sit there and wrestle with some pretty deep stuff. Freedom, choice, humanity, it's all there, wrapped up in this beautifully crafted narrative that hits you with some tough questions. At its core, Detroit is about androids who are more human than machine, grappling with their own sense of identity in a world that refuses to see them as equals. The game gives you control over three main characters, Kara, Connor, and Marcus, and lets you shape their stories in ways that feel both empowering and terrifying. Each of these characters is on their own path, but they're all connected by this central theme of rebellion and self-discovery. And man, the game makes you feel the weight of every decision. Let's talk about the choices for a second, because they're what really set this game apart. Every decision, even the small ones, feels monumental. I remember one moment early on with Kara where you have to decide how to handle a dangerous situation, and it's not just a cut and dry good or bad choice. There's gray in everything you do. Every outcome feels personal and organic, and the branching storylines are insane. By the time I got to the end of my playthrough, I realized just how many different ways things could have gone, and I immediately wanted to jump back in to see what I could change. For me, Connor was the standout character. His story as a deviant hunting android who starts questioning his role in all of this really hooked me. He's this cold, calculating machine at first, but the way he evolves depending on your choices is super compelling. You feel like you're constantly on the edge with him, never sure if he's going to remain loyal loyal to his creators or break free and find his own way, and his dynamic with Hank, the grizzled detective, is one of the best parts of the game. Their relationship can go in so many different directions, and watching it unfold is like this emotional roller coaster. And then there's Marcus, who steps into the role of a revolutionary leader. His journey is all about leading an uprising, but how you go about it is entirely up to you. Do you push for a peaceful revolution, or do you embrace violence to make a point? The game doesn't shy away from making you feel the consequences of either path. You can see how every choice ripples out, affecting the world, your followers, and even public opinion. It's wild how much control you have over shaping his story. What really blows me away about Detroit is how it doesn't just focus on the big, flashy moments. Sure, there's action and suspense, but it's the quiet, human moments that stand out. A conversation in a rundown apartment, a glance across a crowded street, those little interactions are what make this game feel real. It's not just a story about androids, it's a story about people, about what it means to care, to fight, to hope. And that makes the game hit harder than most big budget titles. By the time you finish, you'll have gone through an emotional ringer, but you'll also feel like you've been part of something important. Detroit Become Human doesn't just entertain, it challenges you. It asks you to think about the world we live in now and what the future could hold. And it does all of this while giving you a level of freedom in storytelling that's pretty rare. That's why it's one of my all-time favorites. It's a game that means something. Plague Tale Requiem. Plague Tale Requiem is one of those games that sneaks up on you and leaves you absolutely floored by the end. I knew it was going to be an emotional roller coaster, but I wasn't prepared for just how dark, intense, and at times heartbreakingly beautiful this game would be. This is a sequel that takes everything great about a Plague Tale innocence and cranks it up, diving deeper into the story of Amisha and Hugo, while also pushing the limits of what you can expect from a narrative-driven game. The story picks up not long after Innocence, and you can feel right away that things are darker, heavier. Amisha and Hugo are trying to survive in a world that is still very much out to get them. But what makes Requiem special is how it doesn't shy away from showing the toll that survival has taken on them, especially on Amisha. She's been through hell, and you can see it in how she interacts with the world and the people around her. This is a game about fighting, yes, but it's also about trauma and how much one person can endure before they break. Misha's relationship with Hugo is still at the heart of the game, and it's as gut-wrenching as ever. Watching her struggle to protect her little brother while also trying to keep herself together is both inspiring and heartbreaking. Hugo's abilities are growing, and with that comes a whole new level of danger, not just from the outside world, but from within himself. The game really leans into this push and pull between the siblings, and you feel their bond deepening with every challenge they face. But at the same time, there's this constant dread hanging over everything, like at any moment it could all fall apart. And let's talk about the rats, because wow, they've somehow managed to make them even more terrifying. The swarms are bigger, more aggressive, and they play an even larger role in the gameplay this time around. You're constantly trying to outsmart them, using light and other creative tools to manipulate their movements, but there's always this tension that they're right on the edge of overwhelming you. It's not just about the horror of the rats themselves, it's the way the game uses them as this ever-present reminder of death and decay. Everywhere you go, you're reminded that the world is falling apart, and it feels like you're always one step away from being consumed by it. But what really stands out to me about Requiem is how it evolves the gameplay. It's not just about sneaking past enemies or avoiding rat swarms anymore. Misha's learned how to fight. She's more capable now, and the game gives you more tools to deal with threats. Whether you're using a crossbow, crafting alchemical solutions, or taking down enemies with stealth, there's this satisfying sense of growth in Amisha's abilities, and yet, even with all this new power, the game never lets you feel too safe. There's always that underlying vulnerability, like you're never fully in control, which keeps the tension high throughout. By the end of Requiem, I was emotionally drained, but in the best way possible. It's a story that lingers, one that doesn't let you forget the weight of the journey you've just been on. Amisha and Hugo's story is one of survival, yes, but it's also about love, sacrifice, and the unbreakable bond between siblings. It's a dark and harrowing journey, but one that I'll never forget. For me, A Plague Tale Requiem is a masterpiece of storytelling, and it's easily one of my favorite games of all time. Mafia Definitive Edition.
Christ, I don't know how everything got so balled up.
No one ever sees the haired pen until it's too late. But you didn't get handed a heater in the nursery, did you?
No. I was a cab driver back in 30.
There's something about Mafia Definitive Edition that feels like stepping into a time machine. You're dropped into the gritty, glamorous world of 1930s America, complete with jazz, old school cars, and the rise of organized crime. This remake isn't just a visual upgrade, it's a full-on rebirth of a classic that respects the original while refining the gameplay and story in all the right ways. And honestly, if you're a fan of crime dramas, you owe it to yourself to play this game. It's The Godfather meets Goodfellas, but with that interactive element that makes it so much more immersive. At the heart of it all is Tommy Angelo, a taxi driver who gets caught up in the criminal underworld after a chance encounter with two mobsters. What I love about Tommy is that he's not your typical born criminal type. He's an everyman who gets in over his head and slowly finds himself drawn deeper and deeper into the world of the Salieri crime family. Watching his rise through the ranks is incredibly satisfying, but what really grabbed me is the moral conflict Tommy wrestles with. This isn't just about climbing the criminal ladder, it's about survival, loyalty, and the consequences of the choices you make. The story is easily one of the strongest parts of the game. It's a classic mob tale filled with betrayal, loyalty, and all the intrigue you'd expect from a 1930s crime drama. But what makes it special is how grounded it feels. Tommy's not a heartless killer, he's a guy trying to make a living in a world that's increasingly forcing him to cross lines he never thought he would. You see how the pressure of the mob life starts to weigh on him, and the game does a fantastic job of making you feel the weight of those decisions. And then there's Lost Heaven, the city that feels like a character in its own right. The developers did an incredible job recreating this fictional 1930s American city. It feels alive, from the vintage cars and fashion to the period-specific radio shows playing in the background. The attention to detail is insane, and it really makes you feel like you've stepped into a different era. There's something so satisfying about cruising through the streets in those old school cars, watching the city change as day turns to night, all while jazz blares through the speakers. The missions themselves are varied and exciting, blending intense shootouts, high-speed car chases, and quieter moments of tension as you carry out jobs for the Salieri family. Each mission feels meaningful, and the pacing is just right. You're never doing the same thing for too long, and the stakes constantly feel like they're getting higher. I have to mention the race mission because it's one of those infamous moments from the original game that was absolutely brutal. In the remake, they've made it a little more forgiving, but it's still a white-knuckle experience that had me sweating bullets. But what really sets Mafia Definitive Edition apart from other open-world games is its focus on storytelling. While there is a free roam mode, the game is primarily narrative-driven and it works. It's less about mindlessly collecting things or checking off side activities and more about experiencing a tight cinematic story. It knows exactly what it wants to be and it excels at it. I also have to mention the visuals because this game looks stunning. The remake takes full advantage of modern technology and it shows. The lighting, the textures, the character models, it all looks incredible. From the rain-slick streets to the neon signs lighting up the night, the atmosphere is immersive, making you feel like you're right there in the thick of it. The level of detail in the environments, the cars, and even the way the characters move is top-notch, and it makes the world of Mafia Definitive Edition feel that much more real. At the end of the day, Mafia Definitive Edition isn't just a game, it's an experience. It's a love letter to the golden age of crime stories, wrapped up in a beautifully crafted package. The mix of engaging story, tight gameplay, and a world that feels alive makes this one of my favorite games. It's not just about being a mobster, it's about navigating the complicated relationships, the betrayals, and the personal struggles that come with it. And when the credits rolled, I was left with that bittersweet feeling of having gone through an unforgettable journey. If you haven't played it yet, do yourself a favor and dive into the world of Mafia Definitive Edition. You won't regret it. Sleeping Dogs.
Come on, we can work something out, right?
唔使諗啦，入到監倉裏面慢慢反省啦。而家唔係事必要你講，除非你自己想講。
When I think of Sleeping Dogs, the first word that comes to mind is underrated. This game might not have gotten the same level of hype as some other open world titles, but it's one of those gems that sticks with you long after you finish playing. Set in the bustling, neon-soaked streets of Hong Kong, Sleeping Dogs feels like a blend of a classic cop drama and a martial arts movie, all wrapped up in a story that's both gritty and personal. If you're looking for a game that's got the heart of GTA but with a focus on hand-to-hand-to-hand combat and a unique setting, this is it. You play as Wei Shen, an undercover cop tasked with infiltrating one of Hong Kong's most dangerous triads. Right off the bat, what hooked me was Wei's dual identity. He's not just a cop playing a role, he's torn between loyalty to the police force and the bonds he forms with the triad members. The story constantly keeps you on edge as Wei walks that razor-thin line between duty and brotherhood, and it's hard not to get emotionally invested in his struggle. You see him torn between his mission and the friendships he forms with people he's technically supposed to be taking down. And that's what makes Sleeping Dogs stand out. It's more than just a crime story, it's a story about loyalty, betrayal, and identity. Now, let's talk about combat, because this is where Sleeping Dogs absolutely shines. Most open world games rely on gunplay, but here, it's all about hand-to-hand combat, and it's satisfying. The martial arts inspired fighting system is fluid and brutal, with a focus on countering attacks and using the environment to your advantage. 1 minute you're dodging punches, and the next you're smashing a thug's face into a fish tank or slamming them through a window. Every fight feels dynamic and cinematic, like you're in the middle of a Hong Kong action movie, and when the game does throw in some gunplay, it feels just as polished, with slow motion diving mechanics that make you feel like an action hero. The open world of Hong Kong is another highlight. It's not the biggest map out there, but it's densely packed with life. The streets are alive with the hustle and bustle of markets, food stalls, and pedestrians going about their day. There's this constant energy, especially at night when the neon lights reflect off the rain-soaked streets. The city feels vibrant and alive, and the mix of urban environments from the luxury high-rises to the gritty back alleys gives you plenty to explore. And it's not just a backdrop, the world is interactive. You can participate in street races, bust illegal fight clubs, gamble, and even sing karaoke, which honestly is way more fun than it should be. And speaking of missions, the storyline is full of twists and turns. As Wei gets deeper into the criminal underworld, the stakes keep rising. It's not just about taking down the bad guys, it's about survival, loyalty, and the price of living a double life. You start to question who the real villains are, and that gray area between right and wrong is something the game plays with constantly. The characters you meet, like Jackie, Massachusetts, and Winston, all feel like real people with their own motivations and struggles, and that makes the story hit harder when things inevitably go south. Sleeping Dogs might not have had the marketing push of other open world games, but it's got heart, depth, and a style all its own. It takes familiar elements like undercover cop dramas and open world exploration and infuses them with a unique setting and a focus on martial arts combat that makes it stand out. It's a game that knows what it's about, and it delivers on that vision with confidence. Even after all these years, Sleeping Dogs still holds up as one of the most entertaining and engaging open world experiences out there. The story, the combat, the setting, it all comes together in a way that makes it one of my favorite games of all time. If you've never played it, you're seriously missing out on one of the most underrated gems in gaming. Mad Max. Mad Max is one of those games that seem to sneak under a lot of people's radars, but if you dig a little deeper, you'll find a hidden gem that's way better than you might think. Released back in 2015, right around the hype of Mad Max Fury Road, it was easy to brush this one off as just another movie tie-in cash grab, but honestly, it's a lot more than that. First, let's talk about the world it drops you into. The wasteland here is stunning. I know it's a barren desert, and at first glance it might seem like there's not much going on, but Avalanche Studios did an incredible job making this post-apocalyptic hellscape feel alive. The way the wind kicks up the sand, the sun scorches everything, and those random brutal storms can come out of nowhere and just absolutely ruin your day, all of it just sells the atmosphere so well. There's this feeling of desolation but also beauty where you can be cruising through the dunes and just get lost in the eerie, haunting stillness of it all. The car combat is where Mad Max really flexes its muscles. If you've ever wanted to feel like you're living in a Mad Max movie, this is the game that nails that feeling. The physics are chunky, weighty, and brutal. Every collision feels like it has impact, and using the harpoon to tear pieces off enemy vehicles or yank a driver right out of their seat never gets old. You get to build up your magnum opus, your own customizable death machine on wheels, and each upgrade feels meaningful. From the chassis to the nitrous, the handling to the spikes and flamethrowers, you feel this real connection to your ride, like it's an extension of yourself in this harsh, unforgiving world. And while the car combat steals the show, the on-foot stuff isn't too shabby either. Sure, it borrows heavily from the Arkham-style combat with its counter-heavy mechanics, but there's a rawness to it that fits the Mad Max aesthetic. You feel every punch, every bone-crunching hit, and the takedowns have a satisfying brutality to them. The combat isn't super deep, but it's visceral, it's scrappy, and it just fits the whole vibe. What really elevates Mad Max, though, is the sense of progression. You're constantly upgrading both Max and your car, and it feels like every little scrap of metal you collect out in the wasteland matters. You're not just aimlessly wandering around, you're always working towards something, whether it's a faster engine, tougher armor, or just a cooler jacket for Max. And speaking of Max, the game actually does a pretty good job of capturing that lone wolf, reluctant hero vibe. He's a man of few words, haunted by his past, and the story, while simple, captures that gritty, survivalist tone that fits the franchise. Plus, the game's filled with all these little, unique encounters that keep things fresh. You'll stumble upon camps filled with raiders, strongholds to conquer, or even weird little side missions that flesh out the bizarre world of Mad Max. There's a lot of environmental storytelling here, 2 wrecked vehicles, abandoned settlements, and random bits of lore scattered throughout the wasteland that hint at the world's history before it all went to hell. It's not perfect, sure, there are some repetitive elements, especially when it comes to clearing out enemy camps or scavenging for parts. But the core gameplay loop is so satisfying that it doesn't really feel like a chore. If anything, it feels like just another day in the wasteland, trying to survive and scrape together whatever you can. Look, if you're into open world games and you've got a love for the post-apocalyptic aesthetic, give Mad Max a shot. It's one of those games that didn't quite get the recognition it deserved, but if you take the time to dive in, you'll find an experience that's surprisingly deep, engaging, and way better than you'd expect. Death Stranding.
Oh, great.
Death Stranding is a game that's definitely not for everyone, but if you give it a chance, it's got a lot more going for it than you might expect. Hideo Kojima's ambitious project is often polarizing, but once you get past the initial strangeness, it reveals itself as something truly unique and memorable. Let's start with the world. It's post-apocalyptic, yes, but it's not the typical ruin and dust scenario. Instead, it's this hauntingly beautiful landscape filled with rain that ages everything it touches, mountains and strange, eerie creatures. Kojima and his team created an atmosphere that's equal parts desolate and breathtaking. There's a serene, almost meditative quality to the way you traverse the land, and it's something that really grows on you the more you play. The gameplay is where Death Stranding really divides people. It's essentially a delivery simulation where you're tasked with carrying packages across a fractured, dangerous landscape. At first glance, this might seem like a boring or repetitive concept, but there's a surprising depth to it. The challenge of balancing your cargo, planning your routes, and dealing with various obstacles from treacherous terrain to hostile BTS beach things turns into a kind of zen-like puzzle. It's a game that rewards patience and strategy, and while it might seem slow or odd at first, it's incredibly satisfying when you get into the rhythm of it. Then there's the social aspect, which is something I didn't expect to be so impactful. The game features a unique system where you can see the creations and structures that other players have left behind in their own worlds. These can range from simple ladders and bridges to full-on safe houses and roads. It creates a sense of community even if you're not directly interacting with other players. You're all working towards the same goal of reconnecting the fractured world, and it's really rewarding to see how your efforts contribute to a larger shared experience. And the story, oh boy, the story. Kojima's trademark weirdness is in full effect here, with a narrative that blends sci-fi, existential themes, and a hefty dose of philosophical musings.
See? So I'm a prisoner.
These aren't handcuffs. They're cutting-edge devices that keep us all connected.
It's not always easy to follow, and it definitely requires some patience and investment, but it's also incredibly intriguing. The characters are quirky and memorable, and the world building is rich in detail. The emotional beats hit hard, and there are moments of real depth that make the journey feel worthwhile. The graphics and sound design deserve a shout out too. The game looks phenomenal with its photorealistic environments and stunning vistas. The soundtrack, featuring tracks by artists like Low Roar, adds a hauntingly beautiful layer to the experience. It's a game that's designed to be immersive, and it succeeds on that front. Sure, the game has its flaws, the pacing can be slow, and the delivery mechanics might not be everyone's cup of tea. The story can be convoluted, and there are moments where the game feels like it's trying to be a bit too profound for its own good. But if you stick with it, Death Stranding offers a one-of-a-kind experience that's worth exploring. It's a game that challenges conventional ideas about what a video game can be and does so in a way that's both ambitious and deeply personal. If you're open to something different and are willing to embrace its slower pace, Death Stranding is definitely a game that's better than you might initially think.
I prefer the driver's seat.
Mortals Phoenix Rising. Immortals Phoenix Rising is one of those games that kind of came out of nowhere and ended up being way more fun than anyone expected. I remember seeing the early trailers and thinking, okay, this looks like Breath of the Wild mixed with Greek mythology. But what I didn't expect was just how charming and genuinely entertaining it turned out to be. It's one of those games that doesn't take itself too seriously, and that makes the whole experience feel refreshingly light and enjoyable. First off, the world. The Golden Isle is just gorgeous. It's this vibrant, colorful open world that feels alive with sprawling landscapes, towering mountains, and ancient ruins scattered everywhere. And since it's based on Greek mythology, you're running into gods, monsters, and legends left and right, but it's all done with this playful, almost tongue-in-cheek humor. The world is split into different regions, each themed around one of the Greek gods, and it's just fun to explore. You're gliding through the air, riding your mount, or solving puzzles, and there's always something interesting to discover around the corner. And the combat is super satisfying. It's got that fluid combo-based style that reminds me a bit of Assassin's Creed, which makes sense since it's developed by Ubisoft but with more of a mythological twist. You've got Phoenix, your customizable character, wielding weapons like swords, axes, and bows, but the real fun comes with the godly powers you unlock. Things like launching enemies into the air with the bracers of Heracles or summoning spears from the ground with Uri's Wrath keep the combat fresh and over the top. Plus, you're constantly facing off against all these mythical creatures like harpies, minotaurs, and even Cerberus, so each fight feels epic. And then there are the puzzles. If you're into puzzle solving, you'll love this game. The vaults of Tartaros are scattered all over the map, and they're essentially these mini dungeons where you have to use your wits and Phoenix's powers to get through. It's very reminiscent of the shrines in Breath of the Wild, but with a Greek mythology twist. Some puzzles are simple physics-based challenges, while others can really make you stop and think. And they're just challenging enough to be satisfying without ever feeling frustrating. One of the best parts about Immortals Phoenix Rising is how it doesn't overwhelm you. The game strikes a nice balance between exploration, combat, and puzzle solving. It doesn't feel like it's bloated with endless side quests or unnecessary busy work. Instead, you're encouraged to explore at your own pace, and almost everything you do in the game feels rewarding. Plus, the upgrade system is pretty engaging, letting you improve Phoenix's abilities, weapons, and stamina in meaningful ways as you progress. Now, sure, Immortals Phoenix Rising isn't without its flaws. Some might say it leans a bit too heavily on the Breath of the Wild formula with its stamina-based climbing and gliding mechanics, and the humor, while fun, might not be everyone's cup of tea. The story, while charming, doesn't hit the emotional highs of more serious games. It's more of a fun, light-hearted adventure than a deeply moving epic. But that's what makes it stand out. It's a breath of fresh air in a gaming landscape filled with darker, more intense narratives. Sometimes you just want to glide through a colorful world, take down a mythological monster, and laugh at a goofy joke from Zeus and Immortals Phoenix Rising delivers exactly that. If you've been sleeping on this one, give it a go. It's an underrated gem that's way better than you might think. It doesn't try to reinvent the wheel, but it nails the fun, whimsical adventure vibes so well that it's hard not to love. Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Let's keep looking.
Shadow of the Tomb Raider is one of those games that didn't get nearly enough love when it came out, but if you're into action-adventure games with a focus on exploration and puzzle solving, this one's a real treat. It might not have made as big a splash as the earlier entries in the rebooted trilogy, but it's easily one of the most refined and visually stunning of the bunch. First off, let's talk about how beautiful this game is. I mean, the environments are jaw-droppingly gorgeous. You're exploring dense jungles, ancient tombs, and sprawling cities in South America, and the level of detail is just insane. The lighting, the textures, the little environmental touches, it all makes you feel like you're really there, trudging through the mud or scaling a cliffside, and the game makes great use of the setting, with lush, overgrown landscapes that feel wild and untamed. It's a perfect backdrop for the darker, more mature tone that Shadow of the Tomb Raider takes compared to the previous games. One of the best parts of Shadow of the Tomb Raider is the focus on exploration. The tombs are more intricate and dangerous than ever, and solving their puzzles gives you that same sense of satisfaction you get from the older games. These aren't just side activities, either each tomb feels like a significant challenge with clever environmental puzzles and some seriously tense platforming sections. If you've missed the classic tomb raiding vibe, this game definitely brings it back. The gameplay is as solid as ever. Combat still feels tight, but Shadow of the Tomb Raider emphasizes stealth a lot more this time around. You can blend into the environment, cover yourself in mud to camouflage, and use the jungle to your advantage. It makes you feel like a predator stalking enemies from the shadows, picking them off one by one. There's something incredibly satisfying about silently taking down a whole squad without ever being seen. And, of course, Lara's got her usual array of tools, bows, guns, climbing axes, which all feel great to use, whether you're in combat or just exploring. That said, Shadow of the Tomb Raider isn't perfect. The story, while more introspective, can feel a bit uneven at times, and some of the side characters don't get as much development as you'd hope. Also, if you've played the previous two games, the core gameplay loop will feel pretty familiar. It doesn't reinvent the wheel, but it refines everything that worked in Tomb Raider and Rise of the Tomb Raider. But here's the thing, if you're a fan of the series, this game is an absolute must-play. It wraps up Lara's origin trilogy in a satisfying way, and the improvements to exploration and puzzle solving make it a real standout. It's not just about combat, it's about uncovering the mysteries of the world around you, and it's got that classic tomb raiding feel we all know and love. So if you missed Shadow of the Tomb Raider when it first came out, or just brushed it off as more of the same, I'd say give it another shot. It's way better than you might think, and if you're craving that blend of adventure, exploration, and puzzle solving, this one hits the mark. Hollow Knight. When people talk about games that give you an insane amount of value for your money, Hollow Knight is almost always at the top of the list, and for good reason. This game might look simple at first glance with its hand-drawn, minimalist art style and side-scrolling mechanics, but don't let that fool you. Hollow Knight packs a massive world, deep lore, and hours upon hours of content that'll have you hooked long after you've beaten the main story. It's the kind of game that feels like it just keeps giving no matter how far you dive in. You play as a tiny, mysterious knight exploring the underground kingdom of Hallownest, a dark, beautifully eerie world full of secrets. What I love about this game is how it encourages exploration. It doesn't hold your hand or tell you exactly where to go, you're left to find your own way. And that sense of discovery is one of the game's biggest strengths. You'll stumble upon hidden areas, meet strange and fascinating characters, and slowly piece together the history of the kingdom as you go. Every time you think you've seen everything, Hollow Knight throws another hidden path or boss fight your way, keeping the game feeling fresh. And speaking of boss fights, the combat in Hollow Knight is some of the most satisfying you'll find in a Metroidvania. It's tough, don't get me wrong, but it's fair. The game gives you all the tools you need to succeed, and every death feels like a learning experience rather than something to be frustrated by. The combat is fluid, responsive, and incredibly rewarding, especially when you finally take down one of the game's tougher bosses after multiple attempts. It's a true test of skill, and that makes every victory feel earned. What's even more impressive is how much content the developers packed into this game. Beyond the main story, there are tons of optional areas, bosses, and side quests to uncover. You can easily sink 40 to 50 hours into Hollow Knight if you're aiming for 100% completion, and that's without factoring in the free DLC that adds even more challenges and content to the game, and for a game that's priced like an indie title, that's just insane value. But the real hook of Hollow Knight, it's how the game makes you feel like a true adventurer. You're constantly uncovering new secrets, mastering new abilities, and pushing yourself to explore deeper into the kingdom's labyrinthine depths. It's that sense of wonder and discovery that keeps you playing long after you've beaten the main story, because in Hollow Knight, there's always something more to uncover. For a game that punches way above its weight, Hollow Knight is an absolute must-play for anyone who loves exploration, challenging combat, and getting lost in a world that feels larger than life. It's an incredible value for the price, and one of those rare games that delivers way more than you'd expect from a so-called AA title. The Long Dark. When it comes to games that offer insane playtime value, The Long Dark absolutely deserves a top spot. It's not just about how long you can play, but how deeply it sucks you into its world of brutal survival in the frozen wilderness. The game drops you into the post-apocalyptic Canadian wilderness with nothing but your wits and whatever supplies you can scavenge to stay alive. It's you versus nature, and let me tell you, nature is relentless. What sets The Long Dark apart from other survival games is how it focuses on the quiet, contemplative side of survival. There aren't zombies or mutants chasing you down. Instead, it's the cold, hunger, fatigue, and the occasional hungry wolf. The game nails that feeling of isolation. You're constantly battling the elements, searching for food, shelter, and warmth, while always being mindful of your supplies. It's tense, but in a slow burn kind of way that keeps you hooked for hours. The game's survival mode is where the playtime value really kicks in. There's no story here, just pure open-ended survival. Every time you play, it's different.
Whoa, slow.
You might find yourself lucky enough to stumble upon a well-stocked cabin with food and supplies, or you could end up out in the middle of nowhere with nothing but a stick and a can of sardines. The game doesn't hold your hand, and that's what makes it so addictive. Every decision matters, from how long you spend outside in the cold to whether you should risk lighting a fire or conserve your matches. Each playthrough feels like a new challenge, and that replayability is what gives The Long Dark its long-lasting value. And then there's Wintermute, the game's story mode, which adds even more depth to the experience. While survival mode is all about seeing how long you can last, Wintermute gives you a more structured narrative to follow. You play as a pilot stranded in the wilderness after a plane crash, and as you progress, you start uncovering the mysteries of this world. It's a slower paced story, but the atmosphere and tension are what drive it forward. The episodic structure gives you plenty to sink your teeth into, and the narrative weaves nicely into the survival mechanics, making it feel like you're living out a true survival drama. For anyone looking for a game that doesn't just give you content, but truly immerses you in an experience that can last for dozens or even hundreds of hours, The Long Dark is a must-play. It's a masterclass in atmospheric storytelling, tension, and open-ended gameplay. Every playthrough feels fresh, every choice matters, and the sense of accomplishment you get from surviving just one more day in the wilderness is unlike anything else. If you want a game with insane playtime value, The Long Dark is one of the best out there. It's you versus nature, and it's one of the most rewarding and challenging experiences you'll ever play. Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds is one of those games that's hard to describe without spoiling its magic, but trust me when I say this, the amount of value you get from exploring its universe is absolutely mind-blowing. On the surface, it's a game about space exploration, but it's so much more than that. It's about discovery, curiosity, and the joy of figuring things out on your own. If you're the type of player who loves unraveling mysteries and uncovering secrets at your own pace, Outer Wilds is a game that'll keep you busy for hours, probably even days or weeks, depending on how deep you dive. The premise is simple. You're an astronaut exploring a tiny solar system, but here's the twist after 22 minutes. The sun goes supernova and everything resets. You wake up at the start of the loop with all your knowledge intact, but everything else is back to square one. It's a brilliant mechanic that turns exploration into a puzzle. You're not just flying around aimlessly, you're piecing together information, trying to solve the mysteries of this ancient civilization and figure out what's causing the loop. What makes Outer Wilds so special is how it encourages pure exploration. There's no combat, no grinding for levels or upgrades, just you, your spaceship, and your curiosity. The solar system is packed with planets, moons, and space stations, each with its own unique environment and mysteries to uncover. One planet might have a black hole at its center, while another is being slowly buried in sand. Every celestial body has something to offer, and the game rewards you for poking around and asking what's over there. And let me tell you, the sense of discovery in Outer Wilds is unparalleled. There's no quest log or objective marker telling you where to go next. You have to follow your instincts, read the clues, and figure things out on your own. That's what gives the game such insane playtime value. You can spend hours just exploring one planet, only to realize that a small detail you missed leads to a whole new area or unlocks a bigger piece of the puzzle. Every time you think you've hit a dead end, the game surprises you with something new. One of the most interesting aspects of Outer Wilds is the time loop mechanic. You're constantly racing against the clock, but in a way that feels empowering rather than stressful. You can use each loop to explore a little more, gather more information, and then come back with a new plan. The 22-minute limit adds a sense of urgency, but also makes each discovery feel even more significant. Every loop feels like progress, even if you don't find exactly what you're looking for. It's all about building your knowledge and connecting the dots. The puzzles in Outer Wilds aren't traditional in the sense that you're pushing blocks or solving riddles. Instead, they're based on logic, observation, and understanding the rules of the universe. The more you explore, the more you learn how things work, and the more equipped you are to solve the overarching mystery. It's a slow burn, but the payoff is incredibly satisfying. Visually, the game's art style is simple but beautiful. The solar system feels alive, with planets rotating, crumbling, and evolving in real time as the loop progresses. You can land anywhere, explore caves, climb mountains, or just float in space watching the stars. The music is another highlight. It's soft and atmospheric, adding to the game's sense of wonder and solitude. It's the kind of soundtrack that sticks with you, even when you're not playing. With dozens of secrets, hidden locations, and complex puzzles spread across multiple planets, Outer Wilds is a game that rewards patience and curiosity like no other. The more time you put into it, the more you get out of it. Even after you finish the game, there's still so much to see and understand. Every playthrough feels different, and every loop adds a new layer to the mystery. For a game that might seem small at first, Outer Wilds offers a massive amount of playtime value. It's one of those rare games where the more you explore, the more you're rewarded, and each discovery feels like a genuine achievement. If you're looking for a game that lets you lose yourself in exploration and mystery, this is it. Journey. Journey is one of those rare games that transcends its simplicity to offer an experience that sticks with you long after the credits roll. At first glance, it might seem too minimalist to offer much playtime value, but don't let its brief runtime fool you. Journey is one of the most replayable and emotionally engaging games you'll ever experience. It's not about how many hours you spend playing, but how every time you dive back in, the game feels different, offering something new and meaningful each time. You play as a rogue traveler in a vast desert, making your way toward a distant mountain peak. There's no dialogue, no overt story, it's all about the journey. What's incredible about Journey is how it taps into universal emotions without saying a word. You're guided by your curiosity, the environment, and an ever-changing sense of discovery. Every time you play, it's a different experience, whether you're playing solo or encountering another player online. One of the key reasons Journey offers such replayability is the way it handles multiplayer. You can be paired with other travelers randomly, but there's no way to communicate with them except through a series of chirps and gestures. This creates a unique sense of connection with strangers. Sometimes you'll help each other solve puzzles or navigate the world, other times you'll simply explore side by side. There's something profoundly moving about the silent companionship the game fosters, and each playthrough feels distinct depending on who you meet or if you go it alone. The art direction in Journey is nothing short of stunning. The world is simple, yet breathtakingly beautiful, with vast desert landscapes, ancient ruins, and snow-covered peaks that feel alive with mystery. The minimalist design helps create a sense of wonder and awe as you explore, and the visual storytelling is masterfully done. Every area you pass through is rich with symbolism, and the more you play, the more you begin to interpret the game's world in new ways. The gameplay itself is simple but perfectly executed. You glide, jump, and float through the world, using the game's intuitive mechanics to navigate the environment and solve light puzzles. The real beauty of Journey is how effortlessly it pulls you in without the need for complex systems. It's about flow, about feeling the movement of your character and getting lost in the world. Every time you play, you're drawn back into that flow, and it's incredibly satisfying. For those looking to dig deeper into the game's secrets and lore, there's a lot of replayability hidden in its minimalist approach. Each playthrough reveals new symbols, hidden pathways, and subtle changes in the environment that add layers to the game's narrative. While the game doesn't give you a clear story, it invites you to interpret its world in your own way, and that sense of discovery keeps pulling you back in. In terms of playtime value, Journey may not be the longest game on this list, but it's one of the most impactful. Its emotional depth, combined with its stunning visuals and dynamic multiplayer, makes it a game you'll want to revisit time and time again. Whether you're chasing the thrill of gliding across the sand dunes, seeking out hidden areas you missed the first time, or simply enjoying the meditative calm the game brings, Journey always feels fresh and rewarding on repeat playthroughs. Ultimately, Journey isn't just a game, it's an experience. One that evolves with every playthrough, offering a sense of wonder, connection, and discovery that keeps players coming back. It's a game you can complete in a few hours, but its emotional impact and replayability make it one of the most enduring experiences you'll find. Mass Effect Legendary Edition.
1500 is good. Your captain will be pleased.
Let's dive into why Mass Effect Legendary Edition is a must-play for anyone who loves sci-fi, action, and adventure. This remastered trilogy has quickly become one of my top games ever, and here's why. Firstly, the experience of seeing Commander Shepard's journey from a rookie Spectre to a legendary hero is nothing short of breathtaking. The remaster brings the original trilogy into the modern era with improved graphics and shaders that really showcase how game technology has evolved. The updated visuals and seamless transitions between scenes and gameplay are impressive, making the entire experience feel fresh while still retaining the essence of the beloved original games.
He's on his way. I'm interested in this.
The Legendary Edition bundles all 3 games into one package, which means you can play through Shepard's entire saga without waiting years between installments like we did back in the day. This is a huge plus, letting you experience the story in one continuous flow. Importing your original Shepard into Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3 adds a personal touch, making your decisions from the first game carry over and impact the later installments. You can even switch up your class between games, which adds a fun twist to each playthrough. Now let's talk gameplay. The combat system is just as engaging as ever, with the added benefit of streamlined mechanics and faster loading times. The RPG elements like leveling up, making tough choices, and shaping the story are intact and as satisfying as ever. Sure, the Mako vehicle from the first game might handle like a clumsy mess, but exploring uncharted planets and unearthing mysteries is still a blast. By the time you hit Mass Effect 2, the combat and storytelling hit their stride, with the suicide mission providing some of the most intense moments in gaming. The characters and story are where Mass Effect truly shines. From the witty banter among the Normandy crew to the deep emotional arcs of each character, the trilogy is a testament to great storytelling. The additions in the Legendary Edition, like expanded character backgrounds and new NPCs, enrich the narrative and make the world feel even more immersive.
It didn't start out bad, but as I rose in ranks, I got saddled with more and more red tape. C6 handling.
The soundtrack is another highlight. The music, which is a mix of remastered classics and new compositions, perfectly complements the emotional and dramatic moments of the story. While some new tracks might not resonate with everyone, the overall quality of the soundtrack is stellar.
Joker pulled our asses out of there. I think he's earned the right to a few bad jokes.
I see. It must be a human thing. I don't have a lot.
In conclusion, Mass Effect Legendary Edition is a beautifully crafted remaster that delivers an unforgettable sci-fi experience. Whether you're a longtime fan or new to the series, this trilogy is a masterpiece of storytelling and gameplay. It's a beautiful journey through a galaxy rich with stories, choices, and characters that will stay with you long after you've put the controller down. If you haven't played it yet, now's the time to jump in. You won't regret it. Uncharted 2.
Yeah, not half as bad as that cigar. Hey, how'd you find me?
Well, a friend of yours asked for my help.
Uncharted 2 Among Thieves is the game that cemented Nathan Drake as one of the most iconic characters in action-adventure gaming. Released by Naughty Dog, this sequel builds on the foundations of the original Uncharted with a breathtaking blend of cinematic storytelling, exhilarating gameplay, and jaw-dropping visuals. From the opening moments, Uncharted 2 grabs your attention with its explosive set pieces and fast-paced action. The game kicks off with a gripping sequence that sets the tone for the adventure to come. It's not just about action, though. The storytelling is top-notch, weaving a tale of ancient mysteries, treacherous treasure hunts, and personal stakes. The narrative is where Uncharted 2 really shines. Nathan Drake's quest for the legendary Sintamani Stone takes him through lush jungles, snowy mountains, and ancient temples, each environment more stunning than the last. The plot is filled with twists and turns, keeping you on the edge of your seat as Drake navigates through treacherous landscapes and encounters a diverse cast of characters. Gameplay is a mix of exhilarating gunfights, clever puzzles, and thrilling platforming sequences. The combat system has been refined from the first game, offering smoother controls and a more dynamic cover system. The gunplay is satisfying, with a variety of weapons and combat scenarios that keep battles engaging. Meanwhile, the platforming sections are a highlight, with Drake's acrobatics and climbing skills being put to the test in beautifully crafted environments. One of the standout features of Uncharted 2 is its level design. Each location is meticulously crafted, offering a sense of scale and detail that immerses you in the world. Whether you're scaling a cliffside, exploring a crumbling temple, or engaging in high-speed chases, the game's environments are both visually stunning and rich in detail. The snow-covered landscapes and dense jungles are particularly memorable, showcasing the game's impressive technical prowess.
Let's go pay Mr. Lazarevich a visit.
The pacing of the game is excellent, with a good balance between action, exploration, and story development. There are moments of intense action followed by quieter, character-driven segments that give you a chance to catch your breath and delve deeper into the story. The game's structure ensures that you're always moving forward with a steady stream of exciting sequences and narrative developments. In summary, Uncharted 2 Among Thieves is a landmark title in the action-adventure genre. It combines thrilling gameplay, a compelling story, and stunning visuals into a memorable gaming experience. If you're a fan of high-octane adventures and cinematic storytelling, this game is an absolute must-play. It's a perfect example of how video games can deliver blockbuster thrills, while also providing a rich and engaging narrative. Beyond Two Souls. Alright, let's talk about Beyond Two Souls, a game that definitely deserves more spotlight. If you missed it, don't worry, you're not alone, but this one is worth checking out. So, Beyond Two Souls is an interactive drama from Quantic Dream, and it's got a real cinematic flair. Imagine a game that's like playing through a movie, and you've got the gist of it. The game follows Jodie Holmes, a woman with a unique connection to a supernatural entity named Aiden. The story is presented out of order, which adds this intriguing puzzle element as you piece together Jodie's life and the decisions she's made. It's a bit like watching a jigsaw puzzle come together piece by piece, revealing more of the picture as you go. One of the coolest things about Beyond Two Souls is how it dives deep into emotional storytelling. You're not just passively observing, you're actively involved in shaping Jodie's life through your choices. The emotional highs and lows are pretty intense, and they really make you feel connected to the characters. Gameplay wise, it's a mix of quick time events and exploration. You'll find yourself in moments where you need to make quick decisions or control Aiden's supernatural abilities to interact with the environment. It's a bit different from your usual gameplay experience, but it's all about immersing you in the story rather than just racking up high scores or completing puzzles. So if you're into games that push the boundaries and mix cinematic storytelling with interactive elements, Beyond Two Souls is definitely worth a look. It's not your typical game, but that's part of what makes it special. Open Roads. Alright, let's talk about Open Roads, a game that might have flown under your radar but is worth a look if you're into narrative-driven experiences. Open Roads comes from the folks behind Tacoma and Gone Home, and it's very much in their wheelhouse of story-focused games. The plot centers around Edie and Olivia, a mother-daughter pair who are cleaning out their family home after the death of Edie's mother. Sounds straightforward, right? But the game is packed with emotional depth and family secrets that slowly unravel as you play. Let's start with the positives. The story is where Open Roads really shines. The relationship between Edie and Olivia is portrayed with a lot of nuance, making their interactions feel genuine. The game digs into themes of family, memory, and the past, which can be really compelling if you're into character-driven narratives. The art style also deserves a shout out. It's got a unique look that combines realism with a bit of stylization, making the game visually interesting without overwhelming the senses. However, it's not all smooth sailing. If you're looking for fast-paced action or complex gameplay mechanics, Open Roads might not be your cup of tea. The game is heavily reliant on dialogue and exploration, which means that if you're not into these slower-paced, story-centric experiences, it might feel a bit sluggish. Some players might also find the pacing a bit uneven, with certain sections dragging on a bit longer than necessary. Also, while the story is engaging, it can sometimes lean into familiar territory. The mystery and emotional beats might feel a bit predictable if you've played similar narrative games before. It's well done, but don't expect any major surprises or twists that'll blow your mind. Overall, Open Roads is a solid game if you're into narrative adventures and don't mind a slower pace. It's got a lot of heart and a compelling story, but it's definitely not for everyone. If you're up for a thoughtful, character-driven experience and don't mind a few pacing hiccups, it's definitely worth checking out.